Testing. Testing. 1, 2. That's the wrong one. Shit! I'm still not good at it. All right. Hello, everybody. How are we? Have you had a good week? While we're waiting for people to file in, let's ask a big question that I think needs to be answered. What do you think was the best movie of 2024? Go on, I'll wait. I'll wait before I give out the correct answer. Let's see if you can get it. All right, this is actually more of a quiz than a general question and inquiry. We are going to see if you can pick it. I'm telling you, I swear, it is definitely without... This is just a fact, you know? Like, this is why it's a quiz. There is no room for subjectivity in this. There is, unequivocally, a best film of 2024. So what have we got here? Did you get Space Marine 2? That's not a film. Oh, and also, by the way, we will be going through a bunch of hater comments on this stream, and then following that, we have some very, very naughty footage that shouldn't have been released. And we got our hands on it thanks to somebody who was very, very naughty in giving it to us. So we will find out later on. But in the meantime, Super Chat's more than welcome as always. And let's see what people are saying. Oh my God, Mad Max Furiosa. What is wrong with you people? Who thinks that? Surely not even the main chick thinks that that was a good movie. Civil War. There we go. That's the one. That's the answer that we're looking for. Thank you very much, Prince Muskie, and for the $2. I appreciate that a lot. We've got another one from New Zealand, $9, which I assume is like $3 Australian. Jordan, she's a mining icon. Don't do it. She'll summon the coalition. How do you know that in New Zealand? Hey, answer me this as well. I just heard that New Zealand's terrible now. As in, the difference between having a Labour Party and having the National Party in is that they just thought like, oh, here's a good idea. Let everyone starve during the cost of living. We want to go back to having more sheep than people. That's our policy. Shout out to Domino's Woy Woy. Go, Mr. Gilbert. Exactly. Bring back Arnie Shelley. That's not a movie. What else have we got? Sonic 3. Sonic 3! All right. You've had your fun and games. Now it's time to start a poll, if I can do that, which I think I'm very, very bad at. So let's start it right now. I'm putting it in. I'm not even going to say it. You're going to have to read the chat to find out what the correct answer is. There we go. And we're starting poll. I await your reply. Let's see what happens. What do you reckon? Come on. Oh, for Christ. No! 100%! Not even one! Not even one! Okay, somebody said Maths the movie. If that was the movie, that would be the best one of all time. Oppenheimer. No. Come on. I mean, I didn't see it, but I would imagine it's just this for 4 hours. Am I correct? Just shots of the guy that looks like an older version of me going, what have I done? I feel I may have just ended the world. Am I right or am I right? As if Twisters wasn't sick. Screw you guys. Twisters was dope. Do you guys seriously think that was... All right. Give me this. Do you think it was a bad film? I honestly feel like this is my new opinion on films. Anything that doesn't fall under the category wild ride back in the days of Video Easy. You know how there was just that segment there and it would be... I don't even know what was wild ride back then. Probably all the Back to the Future movies. Just those ones that from beginning to end are like, whoa, what a journey. Just feels like you're on a roller coaster. Show us... Almost got me to read it out. But thank you very much, Prince Mashki. Did you try the medicine drug? I don't know what that is. But thank you for your $15. And I'm just going to say to that, yeah, sure, why not? Next one. What have we got? And people that are asking for clickbait, no, we will be going through that movie. The secret mining footage later. I haven't even seen it myself. That's how top secret it is. It was handed to us, and I don't think it should have been. I think this was supposed to be a private video that we are going to be dissecting later. And then I said to the person that handed it to us, do I need to know anything about it? And they said, absolutely not. You can just sit back and enjoy. Apparently, they're saying a bunch of things that they really, really don't want to be public. So I'm very much looking forward to that. All right. Quickly, we'll just go through some super chats before we start. They really need to invent hammers that don't whisper things to you. I really don't understand what these people are saying. All right, have we got another one here? I'm such an old person. Yeah, okay, all right. Didn't even get 25% twisters. Screw everyone, except for the people that said yes. Going to the iron stomach. Let's get backyard cricket going. Was that you? I've been searching for that video for about 17 years. Yeah, that was me. What of it? I can't even remember which one it is. It's obviously one of the ones with Guernsey in it. Oh, Guernsey was a great... Everyone clung onto the iron stomach. All right, here we go. Gina is a babe, like the movie Babe. That's quite rude, Muskie. Spider Fuka, $5. How much money to get you to Tamworth? A lot. No, you know what? I'm going into this one. All right, hang on. Let me just ask one more question before we start. And again, I'm not going to say what the question is. You are going to have to wait until it goes up. Let's start a new poll. There we go. There's the poll. Let's see what your thoughts are on that. I mean, it is just more Twister-related content. No, 100%. Oh, okay, we've got one vote. All right, we're just going to go into that. We're going to keep that questionnaire there while I read out a few more because they keep coming thick and fast. I just got $10 for no reason. Thank you, Carly. That's very nice of you. Scan on comment. That's very nice of you. You didn't have to, you just give me a flying peach. Pear. Should know that. I think I'm a little bit older than the little kindergarten chart that they have at. You know what this is? No, it's not an apple. Best Slavoj Žižek book? I've never read any of Slavoj Žižek books. I can't understand what that man's saying. I'm in Chomsky's... Are you in Chomsky's camp as well? Every time you listen to Slavoj Žižek, you're entranced the whole time, and then at the end you're like, what is this Chechnyan Donald Duck saying? Don't you think? It's like every sentence that he's saying is a good point, and then on the whole, you think, what? Scan on Cobber. Thoughts on King Luigi? $5. I don't know. It's all a bit complicated, isn't it? I don't have any thoughts on King Luigi. Did you see Raygun's second apology video that came out an hour ago? No. What does she say? How would I find it? How do I utilize this format so that we can watch it together? I honestly don't know the answer to that. All right, hang on. One sec. Let me see if I can do that. Let's just quickly look at that because that is breaking news. One second. Raygun makes second apology. Let's see if we can see that. I'm very sorry for the backlash. Let's see. Videos. Oh, Lewis is at the top. Go, Lewis. Good boy. There you go. Raygun apologizes to the world. Raygun clapbacks at the Twitters. Nah, okay, yeah, nah. Look, you're just making it up, aren't you? Anyway, let's go. Let's quickly go through these and then we'll probably start. Hang on, let's see this. Oh! Why does everyone hate the movie Twisters so much? That's it, I'm ending this poll as well. You're all awful people. The only country that's good is the your sister. That's what it's like in the new F-150 country. Okay, I don't know what that means. I think you just want to do it with your sister, and that's fine. That's fine. I think might not be. It's fine in certain third world countries, I'm guessing. Do you hate Queensland? What's $8 for that ask? You seem to never have any shows, enough shows here. Doctor, I go to Queensland all the time. I love going to Queensland. Queensland is my favourite state. It is the God's state. It is filled with God's people. Who'd have thought that God's people would be severely mentally handicapped? But they are. And other than that, they are legends. Would you not agree? Mr. Queenslander, if that is your real name? Oh no, it's the Doctor. That's right. That's your real name. Ellen Pope. $20. Thank you. You're a legend. Keep up the good work. Well, you're a legend as well, Ellen. That's a very, very, very nice contribution, and I appreciate it a lot. Just so you know, everything that you do give just goes straight into the channel. So I do appreciate all of it. And I do this for you. Kind of. Yeah, in a roundabout way. Yeah, for you. It is. Why does Jordan look AI generated? Am I cooked or do we have an imposter among us? Daniel, yes, you are. Lay off the drugs. What the hell are you talking about? Cad, $20. Hey, Geordie, love your vids. Old question, but I've been curious. What inspired your interest in the corruption of the pokies industry? Was it through your own experiences or because of leaks from Troy Stolz? Cheers, Cad. That's an interesting question. This is pretty much anything that's ever happened to me in my entire career, which is that you're just taking an interest in the field, and then every now and then people give you interesting things, and you go down that garden path. I think that what most people do is what we will be disseminating now, which is the response that I got to last video that I did on Monday, where you see that most people really just fall for media narratives and then think like, oh, that's my opinion. I'm very smart because I get it. Every media outlet that isn't saying exactly what I heard first, they're the bad guys. But really, the reality is that mostly what is quote unquote, I really don't want to use this word. I'm not going to use the J word. I hate it. But what you would regard as really comes down to people come up to you with tips and you're kind of just a conduit for it. That's it. And then really a lot of your job is, I mean, not my job, I don't do that part, but a lot of it is backgrounding the person to see if they're legit or not. It's just, actually, if you think about it, it's just mostly just being skeptical and like, am I getting fed bullshit? Which I think is a very good topic for today, because we will be discussing donations reform yet again. Not a very well-performing video, and only interested by artists, kind of like nuclear power, which is again another reason why it needs to be touched on, because you really do need to understand how the media ecosystem works, or the online media ecosystem works, which is that those artists spend their entire lives spreading meaningless, stupid comments, usually that they are regurgitating from think tanks. And sometimes they think it's noble that they're regurgitating it from think tanks. And the donations reform was a classic example of that, where it was something that had an obvious muddied agenda behind it, that is the reason that we don't have that donations reform. And people keep spreading the narrative that that is a noble thing, that these extremely well-funded independents from extremely wealthy donors all of a sudden don't like donation reform. And they're doing it because they care about poor independents. Yes, yes. Even though there were poor independents in the Senate that voted for it. And why? Because it put donation caps on them. And then they can't get outspent by the rich independents. And they can't get outspent by the liberals. And so you had all of these stupid narrative talking points that they've obviously been concocted by the Australia Institute, which again is another one of these wealthy think tanks that we don't know how it's funded. I think they originally got like $10 million from the Murdoch family. And this is the whole thing that you need to understand about the elites, yeah? There's the elites that get their money from destroying the planet. And then there's elites that get their money from keeping the planet going so that they can continue to exploit workers. And these people that are from the faction of the elites that want to continue the planet going, they're the ones that fund things like Climate 200. They're the ones that fund things like the Australia Institute. And so you just need to understand, they are targeting a very, very specific type of, I'm a cynical youth and I get it. I get that everyone's out there for moneyed purposes, and they're reading all of this content that is put there by extremely well-funded moneyed interests. Like, just think about it for a second. This is the most significant donation reform in 40 years, and it got turned down because, oh, we care about money. We care about money in politics. Guys, you're getting conned. It is an absolute scam. So we will go through the comments because it's the same 3 comments over and over again, which is another point of like, dude, this isn't your thoughts. You're just like, you think you're clever for adopting thoughts that have been deliberately co-opted to demographically target you. Do you understand? Like, specifically to just meld into your worldview and be like, yeah, that sounds about right. The majors do suck. Yeah. Like, it's just so unbelievably cynical, and it does really scare me about the future because really, the Labor Party traditionally had to deal with one extremely well-funded money to interest side. Now they have to deal with two. So let's just go into it. Someone just wrote, Jordan isn't homophobic, trust me, I know. Oh yeah, that was a magical night. Sorry, I will write out this 21. I'm watching Gavin and Stacey. Also, I'm suing you. Thank you. I don't know why you gave me $20. What, to take it off me again? Just to bring me up, only so I fall. Give us more Yilmaz, you dog. I wish I could. I really wish I could. Thank you so much for the $10, by the way. I really wish I could, but I'm sorry. I will not sully the Chronicles of Yilmaz with mistruths. I am a truth teller, damn it. And that history needs to be a proper account of what happened. So if I make up any more stories about the Chronicles of Yilmaz, I'm stuttering it. Anyway, let's go into it. Let's look at this. Geordie's, what's your least favourite state? Tasmania. I feel brutal saying it, but just something's evil about that place, don't you reckon? It's beautiful as well. It is beautiful, but man, I don't want to live there. And it's again because the type of person that we're talking about, this sort of like wine mum from Balmain that's like, I get it, I understand things, I understand politics well, I watched an Inconvenient Truth once. They love Tasmania, don't they? I'm a bogan. I like Queensland. Now let's look at these comments. So again, what are we doing? We are going through the comments of the criticisms that people had of Monday's video, which was about donations reform. So I'll also let this out being as a proviso, which is that I never really look at my comments. I don't really look at anything online because, you know, there's just way too many idiots online, isn't there? And so it's infuriating. And I think I would go insane if I did. So, you know, someone else does just look at this stuff and then just gave me, I don't know, 20 comments. Apparently it's just the same thing over and over again, but we're going in blind. So let's see if they've got a point or not. Ta-da! My only criticism of the bill, they're talking about the donations reform bill, by the way. Did I get another money? Did I get some more monies? Let me just see. Somebody give me that. No, hang on. Yeah, that's fine. All right, let's go through it. My only criticism of the bill is that it treats each branch of the party, like Queensland, New South Wales, etc., are all different. My only criticism of the bill is that it treats each branch of the party, like Queensland, New South Wales, etc., as all different. So the cap is multiplied by 8. So instead of 20,000, the maximum donation potential is 160,000. But that only negatively affects independents of very small parties. And the fact that they can all transfer money between themselves freely, and I think that the $800,000 limit spending per division is too high and should be reduced to 50 to 100K overall. I think it's a good bill. Oh, okay. Well, that's not even that bad of a criticism. Hang on, let me just look into this. Hang on, I got another $5. I wish I brought more Bruz merch when I had the chance. Was hilarious. Don't we all? Ah, God, it's so sad that I'm not allowed to sell that anymore. $2. Are you Slav? I'm curious because I'm Croat. Yes, back at you, my friend. Although I wish the Serbs won the war. But anyway, yes. Yeah, I'm a Croat. Handsome boy. Handsome boy. All right, so my criticism of the bill is that it treats each branch of the party like New South Wales are all different, so the cap instead of the maximum donation potential. Okay, so this apparently is something that I will be hearing over and over and over again, which is that this bill allows there to be like a $20,000 maximum donation potential. And then people say, however, because there is like a New South Wales Labor branch, there is a New South Wales Liberal branch, and that is different to like the federal Liberals and the federal Labor Party and the federal Greens Party for that matter, and the New South Wales Greens Party for that matter, and One Nation New South Wales and One Nation Queensland, that those parties get to get more money in donations than somebody who is just running at a $20,000 cap, say an independent that is running in a state or a seat with $20,000. Now, let's just think about that for a second in reverse, right? Because every single one of these branches is their own party. As in, like, you really do need to think about it like that. Like, yes, they are all under the same brand, but it is a bit like saying, like, you know, McDonald's in Tuncurry is going to be sharing profits between McDonald's in Taree. Why? Why would they? Think about it from their perspective, right? Think about what an unfair advantage it would be if you couldn't donate $20,000 to like the New South Wales branch, to the South Australia branch of any party. It's not just the majors. Any party can have branches anywhere, right? And independents could do exactly the same thing if they just manned up and manned up. If the Teals manned up and admitted that they were a party. You know, instead of just being like, no, we're independent, because they did their market research and thought that they're like, you know, their audience seems to like the idea of having an independent because it means that they're thinking for themselves, even though they seem to generally vote down the same lines and regurgitate exactly the same lines and seem to get all of their thinking points from all of their points from the Australia Institute. But they're independent. They're independent. It's the oldest trick in the book, the whole, I'm an independent. Don't you think? Like any organization ever that touts that itself as like independent, except for Independent Australia, apart from like most of the time, come on, how often is it a con when someone says I'm an independent? It's just like, how stupid do you have to be to fall for that? Let's go for hang on, bring back Dave's dinners. I can tell you're from the country. And what's this Canadian $10? Oh yeah, this is just the more you'll mess. All right. Well, as always, more money is released. So anyway, let's just break this down further. Yeah. So, you can find examples, probably, of parties transferring money between branches. So, say like Queensland Labor transferring money to Labor New South Wales. What this is never pointed out in this is there is a bunch of laws, bylaws, and party rules surrounding that. It's not just this cut and dry thing. They're trying to make it out like this happens all the time, that like federal Labor will go, oh, there's an election happening in New South Wales. I better transfer a bunch of money over to the New South Wales branch. You know what is a good example of that? Pauline Hanson did that with Queensland, apparently, allegedly, by Mark Latham, so take that with a grain of salt. But it took up huge amounts of headlines. The idea that she was transferring money, I think, from a Queensland branch to the New South Wales branch. That was seen as like a big, big no-no because, again, if you're from Queensland and you're donating money to One Nation in Queensland, you don't want them helping out those southern state I can't swear on the stream. Cans? Can ya? You don't want them doing that. You donated to the Queensland branch for Queensland reasons. So why would you transfer it down to there? I'm sure you can find a few counterexamples of it throughout history. Maybe it happens. I can guarantee you it happens way less than this being like a serious concern that this is happening. It's because when you are in South Australia, for instance, and you're running for South Australia Liberal Party, you're running for that election. You don't have money to dole out to the rest of them. Think also that this actually is already, as it stands, a massive disadvantage to the major parties because the major parties are running in dozens of seats in these states. And when it comes to federally, they're trying to divvy up that $20,000 to like 150 seats. The independents are getting $20,000 to one seat as it stands. This is what I'm saying. Like a lot of these arguments that the Australia Institute is poking out, and this is one that they just kept hammering over and over and over again. With the Australia Institute, what they are arguing for, first off, that is a huge, massive disadvantage. $20,000 if you're an independent, theoretically, that donor is giving to that independent. That independent is running in one seat. That money goes to that one seat. If you're donating to the branch, then you are funeral homes confessions. That's a really good idea, Taylor. Thank you very much. Then like you are having a massive disadvantage just on that. But then you go further into it, and then you realize what they are arguing for is that the Liberal Party and Labor Party and the Greens and One Nation are only allowed to get donations for a whole party apparatus that an independent would get in one seat. For an entire country or an entire state, they're allowed to get one round of donations for all of that. Okay. First off, that's already basically happening. You know, like that point of just like, oh, they could just get that 160,000 and chuck it into that one election or one electorate is like, look, dude, show me some examples of it. Show me some examples of it. I bet you they are so unbelievably rare because you have no idea how expensive running any of these campaigns really is and how much they have to do with that $20,000. And also the fact that like New South Wales Labor is not sitting there kumbaya-ing along with Queensland Labor. Like just even in the Labor Party or even in the Liberal Party, Queensland Liberals and New South Wales Liberals would not see eye to eye on a lot of things. They would be arguing constantly on a lot of things. They're not going to be buddy helping themselves out a lot of the time, right? Like, they have their own fights. They have their own interests that they're keeping that money in. So that's that first point. But think about what a massive disadvantage it is that you can say, nah, you only get 20,000 to run a federal apparatus or a state apparatus. You get the same amount of money as an independent in one state. Talk about a huge disadvantage. The whole fact that they're sitting there saying, like, this is a stitch up. This unfairly, like, it's all whining. It's all not true. It's all lies. Like, what they are asking for, first off, if you think about it, even in the way that you're, like, presenting it now, even in the way they're presenting it, think about, like, this is the big argument that apparently I'm going to be going through over and over and over again. That greatly advantages an independent that is running. Greatly advantages them. But they want even more of an advantage than that, and that's the reason that they're not passing this bill. Come on. The real reason that they're not passing this bill is because a lot of the teals and a lot of the so-called independents that are just running these grassroots campaigns are funded by millionaires and get huge amounts of money. And the only reason that they ever run on this, like, we need to get money out of politics, is because look, when you give them the actual example of it, it's just like, here you go, here's your example. Let's get some money out of politics. They'll never pick at it, ever, once. And it's because the reason they're doing it is purely as a smokescreen con job. You have to think about it the same way that Peter Dutton's sitting there saying like, oh, we need to go through like, we need to put in nuclear. We need to put in nuclear. We need to look at that. The only reason he's saying that is so that he can keep coal in the grid longer. You look at his own costings, he's never, ever is this ever going to pass for a multitude of reasons, right? Most above them that it's too expensive and too long. But just saying that we need to put in nuclear acts as this little, like, you know, smoke screen for keeping coal in the grid. And this is exactly what the independents do. They sit there and say, we need to get money out of politics. We need to, like, get more money for our resources. They say the same things over and over again because they know that they're never going to be in power, but they're extremely gentrified base of like women with those annoying Dame Edna sunglasses and a bunch of those very wispy nothing men with their black skivvies. They like to feel intellectually and morally superior for going for that kind of point. But dude, you show them, you give them this example and look at them. They just go like, no, actually, this thing that is an advantage to us anyway is not actually an advantage for us. And it's like, yes, it is. Well, it needs to be more of an advantage for us. What? And you're sitting there saying that this isn't a level playing field. They're just liars. We'll move on to the next one. But thank you. That was like a, well, you know, quite reasonable response. You know, it was being quite nice, whoever this was. They've obviously been blurred for very good reasons. What, is that it? Let me just. I think that's the only one that I can. I don't know how to get to the next one. I hate being tech illiterate. All right, maybe I'm just going to have to look it up on my laptop and read them out. Oh, wait, actually, hang on. Are these all, or are these all just like from the video that we just recently filmed? Let me just check that. Oh, okay, so hang on, I could just... Yeah, here we go. All right, yeah, well, that sort of works. It's nowhere near as good as what I thought. Let's see. Yeah, so as you just in case you don't know, what we're doing here is responding to everybody that's talking about the donations bill, because I've got the same 3 points over and over again that were funded by think tank talking points from vested, very moneyed interests sitting there saying like, we're not doing it because it doesn't get money out of politics. Here's a bill to get money out of politics. No, I'm not voting for it. Why? Because it doesn't get enough money out of politics. It's amazing that people just fall for that. Like, they just say that that's the reason, and people go, oh, yeah, okay. They never think that, like, maybe people have, like, different intentions. Or they do. Like, when it comes to the majors can never do anything well or, like, in the benefit of the interests of the Australian public. But every time it's, like, their independence, it's like, no, they're doing it. Why? Because I know their name and I've seen their face and I shook their hand. So they're never doing it for, like, their own personal interests. Of course not. Anyway, here's an idea. No donations. No lobbying. No more lying ads. Everyone's happy except them. Right on! Who's them? Who's them? Here's an idea. No donations. See, this is my whole problem with the whole no donations thing. And you'll never hear this again because it doesn't fit the narrative. What you have to understand is this is something that I'm going to get more and more interested in next year because I've realized I've completely just let it go by. But you know how, for a very long time, we've been talking about how there's that Murdoch network. And that Murdoch network just infiltrates into the ABC, that you have a bunch of hacks from the Murdoch press that go into the ABC. And so that's basically just 93% the Murdoch press. And you have Nine Fairfax, which is just moneyed interest, which again is just sort of like the Liberal Party faction, or supports the Liberal Party faction that just likes plays and gays. What I haven't been looking into enough is that there has been infrastructure built into this whole, like, we need a crossbench idea. There has been a lot of moneyed infrastructure that has been built into that. That idea didn't just, like, pop out of nowhere. All of a sudden, as soon as the Labor Party gets elected, all of a sudden, have you noticed that we need a crossbench to keep the bastards honest? Did you ever hear that once when the coalition was in power? Did you ever hear that once? Isn't it interesting that all of a sudden that is just an idea that everyone has all by themselves? Interesting. Anyway, so my big problem when it comes to no donations is like, dude, how the hell are a party supposed to run? That's the first question. All publicly funded? Okay, well then, as you'll see, there'll be a bunch of people that have just got massive, massive complaints about public funding anyway. But then the second thing is, look, I honestly think when it comes to this whole argument, which is like why I don't really care that much, I'm just really care about this donations thing because it just really does point out the hypocrisy of the crossbench, that they are not who they say they are. They are truly, as everyone says on the internet about, like, Labor and Liberal are just shit and shit light. No, the crossbench is shit light. And this is absolute proof that they are. Because my whole thing is, I don't think that the reason that the Liberal Party supports the mining industry is because the mining industry gives them more donations. I think that that's a very simple, and again, it's one of these Australia Institute talking points that all their dullards in new media and all of their dullards in the mainstream media regurgitate ad nauseum. And so everyone just sits there and is like, yeah, of course, because that's what they get money from, and so that's why they do it. I think that that's so simplistic because, like, and again, they say it with the same thing with the Labor Party, like, they're doing it because of their donors, even though they get, like, bugger all donations from the fossil fuel industry. They're doing it for, let me just lie about their record on climate change, and they're doing it for their donors. And then also, like, you could turn it around and say, that the Greens are doing it for their sugar daddies in the gambling industry. But I think that when you look at the evidence, like, you guys know how much I hate the Greens. When you look at the evidence of the Greens voting against gambling, voting against pokies constantly, no, they're not doing it for their sugar daddies that are these gambling overlords that are multi-millionaires that made all their money in gambling. They're not doing it for that. They are not controlled by their donors. Why? Because they're part of a party. I honestly think that when you look at the so-called independents, they seem to be in perfect alignment, just coincidentally, over and over again, with their donors. You know what I mean? Like, when you have a party there, the whole thing is that acts as a counterweight to donors, to lobbyists, because there's an entire protocol and a big voting block and, like, an actual base that you have to, like, answer to. And so that like counteracts a lot of the so-called like lobbying and donations. I will tell you what like stops a bunch of the things that you quote unquote think that you want that usually are just implanted in your head by the Australia Institute. Usually what that is the perpetual fear that there is extremely powerful moneyed interests that are able to completely manipulate the public's opinion on a dime. And then if you legislate against them, they will just get your opponents, which is just the Liberals are always happy to do that, right? Because they have no conscience whatsoever. And so when the mining industry, say when the Labor Party puts in a miners tax, the Liberals will sit there and say, the Liberals will sit there and say, oh yeah, no, we'll repeal it. We'll repeal it, no worries. And then the mining industry just comes in, drops $100 million into shadowy campaigns that usually have nothing to do with mining. They just sit there and say, like, Kevin Rudd's got a weird face. He's pretty angry. Oh, he speaks Chinese. Do you think that he's in with the Chinese? Like, hitting all these demographics that have absolutely nothing to do with the mining industry, and they'll take the government out. That's how it really works. It is definitely not the carrot that is motivating these people. It is the stick. It is the stick of just getting smacked the hell out, and then you just get replaced with a bunch of corporate yes men, which is the Liberal Party. So it's the same thing with like, no lobbying. What do you mean? So what? This is the only way that you could ever have no lobbying. No one ever is allowed to talk to a politician. What the hell are you talking about? That's like you saying like, I want to write to my local member. Guess what? That's lobbying. Yeah, okay, there's moneyed interests in there that have more access to politicians because they're professional lobbyers, and that's their job, is to go out and lobby to politicians. Sure, that's like a criticism, but you are never going to... This is the whole thing that's so stupid about it, right? Like, no donations, no lobbying. How the hell do you think politics is going to work? Seriously, I would really like to know. What is your alternative to that? What are you saying? Because anything other than that is just fanciful, wishful thinking. Here's 2 Zinger boxes. I got $30 for it. Thank you so much, Booty Liquor. That's a lot of money. Thank you. See, there you go. This is how lobbying works. And then you read it and see who gets more access. I was sad when the LNP lost the Queensland election, won the Queensland election this year, but I was happy that it was less of a gap than the previous times. J-Star, you and me both, brother. That is a very good sign. A very good sign. I'm glad that you've cottoned onto it. Really good sign. Yeah, so it's just that. And then like, no more lying ads. Yeah, well, I actually do think that that is something that the Labor Party is introducing. Let's see if it gets passed through the Senate. You know, because if they do that, guess what? Clive Palmer isn't able to run his same ads. The Greens are not allowed to run their same ads. I'll even say this, right? When the Liberals do run their ads, they're smart enough, big enough, and organised enough to say things about the Labor Party that, you know, you could say are taken out of context. When the Greens and Clive Palmer run ads, they're straight up lies. You know, sitting there and saying, I'm going to keep your mortgage at 3%. That is a lie. That is impossible. When the Greens say, let's freeze rents, that is a lie. That is impossible. Like, straight up a lie. So let's see what the miners and the independents think about that one. Because they're not going to like that. That's how they get elected. You need to understand that. The way that the crossbench gets elected is by telling a slither of the population, usually the most insufferable slithers there are. So with the Greens, it's annoying hipsters. With One Nation, Pauline Hanson, it's just a bunch of those like, yeah, belly beard yahoos. And with, you know, Clive Palmer doesn't really get elected, does he? But usually what they do, and Teals, same thing, they just tell the electorates exactly what they want to hear. That's why they get elected. And guess what? People want to hear, when they want to hear exactly what they want to hear, what they interpret as the truth is just lies that they like. That's usually what it is. Wasn't rent frozen in the 80s? Rent was frozen. Rent was frozen. I don't know about the 80s. Maybe it was frozen in the 80s. Rent has never been frozen federally. The federal government cannot freeze rents. I'm absolutely certain that the Greens knew that. On a state level, rents can be frozen. I'm not even sure if it can be frozen in every state. I know that it can be frozen in New South Wales because Jack Lang did it. And I also know that the reason that you would freeze rents is for very, very very serious economic conditions. And I'm sorry, but chips costing $8 is not very, very serious economic conditions. Like, I know that this is the toughest that our generation has ever experienced it. It ain't nothing like the Depression. It ain't nothing like the 80s recession. That was tough. And the 80s recession is nothing like the Depression. You know? Like, in our economic circumstances, freezing rents just makes the whole situation way worse. Because people can still afford to outcompete and bid each other. You understand? Like, the reason that you are freezing rents in the 80s is because people are homeless. Like, I know that people will sit there and say, homelessness has gone up. Like, it's like, yeah, it's gone up a little bit. Not like it did in the Depression. Like, that's the point where you need to freeze rents. Where it's just like, we've got to stop like 50% of the population from living on the street. Raygun posted again. Raygun posted again. Where is it? Nobody sent me the goddamn link because I tried to find it. Anyway, we'll move on to the next one. What are we doing here? We are going through all of the lies that the minor parties are pushing out about the donations reform, which just really exposes them for the sham frauds that they are. Let's move on to the next one, which was... Buddy, ignoring the glaring loophole where the major parties can receive 10 times the amount of donations from a single person because they're made up of multiple parties. Hang on, I just got some money here. Hi, Jordan. I was at your Briz show and told you about how drunk I was with mates and accidentally gave you $1,000 in your mail and haven't heard back. Wait, where did this go? How do I? Haven't heard back. No big deal. I'm a fan. And said you might do a shout out. Shout out Canberra. Shout out Canberra. That was hilarious. All right, yeah, okay. So dig this. Afterwards, look. There was like a guy that came up to me hammered, and he was like, I gave you $1,000 back. And I said, well, thank you very much for your donation. He said, no, I tried to give you $10, but I was so wasted that I donated $1,000. He's like, no, I don't want it back. I just want to show you that I did. And then, because he was hammered, he was going through his phone for like 5 minutes while everyone's waiting up behind me. Just being like, come on. He's just like, hang on, just let me. And then after his 5 minutes, yeah, just trust me, I did it. And then stumbled off and said, well, I want a shout out. So sorry, Cambo. I'll give you a shout out now. That is hilarious. Thank you so much for the 1,000, by the way. Just so you know, any donation that I ever get, it all just goes to funding the channel so that we can push it further. Because as we are showing right now, the reason that I do need to do it is because it just seems that all of new media really is just regurgitating what is in the interest of multi-millionaires, just a different brand of multi-millionaire that don't have the exact same infrastructure that billionaires have access to, so they could create a traditional media platform. So they're doing the same thing on social media. Anyway, I also got one quickly. Where's the XPT review, lad? We're all waiting. Ellen Pope, the Greens demand perfection because they know they won't ever have to deliver. Exactly. Elaine Pope, you've got it. That is exactly what it is. The Greens demand perfection because they know that they won't ever have to deliver. And they know that their audience is simultaneously stupid enough to believe that and also has this weird superiority and intellectual superiority complex. I think it's usually because they are the offcuts of the private schooling system. I think that if you were successful in the private schooling system, you vote for the Liberal Party. If you're unsuccessful, you vote for the Greens. Because you want a revolution, because they were given everything and it still wasn't enough, so it's society's fault that you're failing. I think that that's another reason. But ignoring the glaring loophole where the major parties can receive 10 times the amount of donations from a single person because they are made up of multiple parties. Well, there we go. Buddy, you're first off lying. They can't get 10 times the amount. They can get, I think, like 8 times the amount. And we already went through this, but as a quick summary, what the independents are arguing for, which again, this is not like, you aren't some legal scholar that came up with this, buddy. You just read a press release from the Australia Institute, or them just putting it out to the Saturday paper, or having some new media spiv say exactly the same thing, or the Crikey, or the Guardian. They all just pump the same bullshit, feeding the same bullshit audience of dickheads that think they're smarter than they are. This is not your talking point. This is not some loophole that you uncovered in the legislation. It is not a loophole. It is that they are different branches. They have elections that they are fighting differently because South Australia Labor is not New South Wales Labor. They are fighting different elections and they do not generally transfer between each other. I'm sure you can find examples of it, but usually if you do that shit, you get in a lot of trouble like Pauline Hanson did when it was even suggested that she did that. That is the main reason that that's just a massive lie. But on top of that, the independents have a massive advantage in the sense that they are running for one seat. And any of the other parties, so the Greens, One Nation, Clive Palmer, not that he needs any other donors except himself, any of the other parties are running across multiple seats, so they already have to divide that $20,000. Why are you ignoring the loophole? This is a huge loophole. If anything, this loophole massively advantages the independents, which should show you that the independents do not want this passed because they get way more money than they would if there was donation caps. Like, I think Monique Ryan got like 1.8 million. You think she wants to be running on an $800,000 campaign? Christ, no. Move to the next one. Oh, someone just gave me $10 of a dancing Japanese Doge dog with the little fans being like, oh, thank you very much. It's very nice. Let's move to the next one. Thank you very much for that $10. Very nice of you. Geordie's bloke, say something I can take out of context. No, I think you can do that organically. I'm not going to be that beast. If the Liberals like it, I am automatically sus. Okay, well, let's just go through the report of what happened with this, all right? Because apparently this was just an argument over and over again that Labor and Liberal are in cahoots. What was the word? This is how you can tell that it's always pumped out by a think tank. You can always tell it's pumped out by a think tank. You can always tell that this is just like a narrative that they're pushing because they all use the same words. Like when they were talking about me, for instance, they were just like, Labor-affiliated sexist comedian over and over and over and over and over and over again. And it's because they're trying to pump a narrative into the public consciousness. So when it came to this, it was just like, the major parties stitch up. And so everybody believes that like Labor and Liberal were secretly in cahoots to stitch it up so independents couldn't get a look in the next election. Oh no, poor independents. But let's look at the facts, shall we? I don't think it was a vote because I don't think it got to the vote, but you see, look, all the stuff that they're getting from is just like basically a month ago. Where was it? Coalition. There we go. 27th of November. So after everybody was sitting there and saying, they're in cahoots. And I think they're still repeating it to this day. This shows you just how dishonest this entire nexus of crossbenchers are. Like, even when they're proven wrong, they just keep repeating the same talking points because they know that everyone's going to sit there and say, Labor and Liberal are the same party, two wings of the same bird. Look at this. Look. Election donations reform shelved after talks with Coalition reach an impasse ahead of Senate D-Day. In short, talks between Labor and the Coalition over election funding reform have crumbled. The plan to cap election spending and donations had in principle support from the opposition, but it reserved the right to suggest amendments and has now done so. Right. There you go. So the Coalition shelved the idea. So look at this quote here and look at how many likes it has. 76 people thinking they're geniuses for saying it. If the Liberals like it, I am automatically sus. Guess what? The Liberals don't like it. Why do you think Labor was appealing to the crossbench to get it passed? Because the Liberals blocked it. Do you think that they would even need the crossbench if it was like this Liberal-Labor stitch-up? They would have just passed the donation reform. But the Liberals obviously didn't like it, and you know why? Because the Liberals, on average, get about 5 times the amount of donations that the Labor Party does. That's why. And the independents, generally, unless they're some of the poor ones, the independents are usually there because they are represented by extremely moneyed interests. Where does One Nation get their money from? Mining. Where does the Teals and your David Pococks and all that, where do they get their money from? They get their money from a bunch of douchebag millionaire, like, investor crypto bros that have that stupid Kathmandu vest, the like long-sleeved arm shirts, just sitting there, like, filming themselves in slow motion, walking through the Tarkine going, I just think that Mother Nature, like, we've been given it a really bad hand, and I think that politics needs to be done differently. What do you do? What's your job? Like Simon Holmes-A-Court, the one that set up Climate 200. What do you do for a living? I'm a high finance trader. Oh, you're so noble. You're so noble. You know? Okay, your business model doesn't rely on destroying the planet. I'll grant them that. That's one faction of the elite party. Yeah, but it still revolves around high finance, high frequency trading. It still revolves around high frequency trading. Who else is in the Climate 200? You've got faction of the old Fairfax media empire, again, that are fed up with politics being the way it is. It's just pansy liberals. Malcolm Turnbull's son. These are the people that are donating to this. They are not on your side. They are multi-millionaire, elite, harbourside fuckwits sipping Chardonnay, sitting there saying, oh, it's so annoying that unions have to make me pay money. Like, don't I pay enough in wages? Like, a huge chunk of my profits go to wages. I don't want to be paying more in wages. That's their whole politics in a nutshell. And so, like, this is what you should be sus about, right? This is what you should be sus about, because people say this all the time. That type of person says this consistently, over and over and over again. Labor and Liberal are in cahoots. Look at what usually happens, right? Like migration, environmental reform, housing, now donation reform. There's probably a bunch of others, but those are the main ones there. Guess what? The crossbench and the Liberals are in cahoots. Why are you not then suspicious by your own logic? Why are you not suspicious of the crossbench? They seem to be siding with the Liberals a hell of a lot more than they side with the Labor Party. Why aren't you suspicious of them? What, because they're keeping Labor to account? By siding with the Liberals this much? See, I'm not arguing this because I'm not an idiot. Like, I think that sometimes the Liberal Party is like the vast... This is another stat that they always use of like, Labor and Liberal vote with each other 70% of the time. Yeah, because most legislation is so mundane and boring that you've never heard of it in your life, and you never will hear it of it in your life. You know, it's stuff about just like, are we going to keep the milk subsidy going? Are we going to keep the hay distribution bailing out for bail? It's just crap that you've never heard of in your life. Geordies, do you like crip walking? Don't know what that is, but thank you very much, Crip Walker. Here's my union membership. There you go. Good on you, Oliver. Again, I always think this. If you're not joining a union, you're a bad person. No offense. Whoa, someone gave me 79. Oh, no, Jim, I thought you gave me $7. Thanks, Camber. Damn, you gave me $80. So nice. Let's move on to the next one. See, look at this. Look at this person here that's writing this in. Two parties are there, spelt T-H-I-R, to make you think you have a choice. For F's sake, you don't have a choice. They will always do what they are told to do. Let me know when you get it. This is a guy that has several spelling errors in his comment. This is what you see over and over again. That same person thinking like, Labor and Liberal are the same. Labor, they're the same party. They're the same, two wings of same bird. I never have any example. I just feel like there is big conspiracy theory against me. I have no idea how the union movement has made my life good. I can't even, like, you know, because it's obviously lost on them the fact that the union movement is responsible for giving people universal education, because universal education obviously wasn't enough for the equalizer, was it? This guy here wasn't enough for it. From Kyles of Coughs. Good on you, Kyles of Coughs. $30. Up Coffs Harbour. Yeah, the Big Banana. You know what? The Big Banana's really fun now. Have you been there recently? It's so good. It's not just that lame slide that you ride down on a potato sack. They've got other things there now. You have a legitimate roller coaster ride there. Yeah. David Vincent, thank you for promoting critical thinking on politicians' personal interest versus public interest in their bullshit media rhetoric that people can't or are too lazy to even think about. Thank you very much, David Vincent. Very much appreciate it. The only thing I don't appreciate it, if I can critical think your argument, is the fact that, like, yeah, David, I know where you're coming from critical thinking, but don't you, this is what I call Reddit, for instance, right? The critical thinking parade. They have co-opted that word. Now that word, it's the same thing of just like, left and right. It's completely meaningless. Or like neoliberal. It's meaningless because that crowd of morons has figured out that they think that makes them smart. And so they just like, the cult of critical thinkers just thinks like, this is critical thinking, being a negative shithead all the time. But I do very much appreciate the sentiment, obviously, David. Thank you very much. But don't you think they've absolutely ruined the words critical thinking? They've ruined it. Made the jump from consultant to APS. $5 is my repent. Connor memes. That's my boy. Well, you're one of the only people that jumps from consultancy to the APS. Everyone else jumps the other way. Good on you, Connie memes. That's sick. Thanks for the $5, man. Geordies, I made the first comment that you showed about 30 minutes ago. I'm sorry for my lack of understanding and hypocrisy. Thank you. I updated the original comment highlighting my stupidity. What, about Twisters being the best movie of all time? What are we talking about? The first comment that showed you about 30 minutes ago. I'm sorry for... No, Sam. Oh, you're the first guy here. Hang on, let me just double check this, just so I don't seem like an idiot. Oh, okay, maybe that is you. I don't know, like it looks like the similar colors, but I forgot that they're all... We'll put this one out here, but hang on. Made a comment that showed 30 years ago. I'm sorry for my lack of understanding and hypocrisy. You have nothing to apologize for because you are not an idiot. Like, just understand this, right? I fall for this bullshit all the time. This is why it's endlessly fascinating and passionate to me, and I understand that most people do not have the time to go down the endless rabbit holes and loopholes that is all these bullshit corporate consultancy firms, all these bullshit corporate think tanks, all these bullshit think tanks that are funded by millionaires like the Independent, like the Australia Institute and Climate 200. Like, you don't have the time to go down these rabbit holes. I don't have the time to go down these rabbit holes. This is my hobby. It's pathetic, but this is my version of having a life. I'm just endlessly fascinated by the propaganda model. I like being red-pilled. This, I think, is my big strength opposed to all the other new media commentators that have emerged and just the general mainstream media in general. It's just like, dude, I like being wrong. I like being wrong. I like looking at the world and thinking, oh, I thought the world was this way, but now it's this way. It's just a weird quirk. Like, obviously, like everyone else on planet Earth, I have glaring personality defects. I think if you've been following me long enough, you've probably come across them. One of them is obviously that, like, anytime anyone criticizes me, slight me, I'm just like, you stupid fucking, get like way too angry. I think that's just because I'm Eastern European, so it's like, yeah, man, I kill you. Like, I've got that personality, but I think one of the big things that I like is that, like, dude, I'm very, very happy to admit that I'm wrong and laugh about it. But I think that a lot of people get their identity off of just being, like, smart. They like to, especially when it comes to politics, they like to think they're smart. And they like to, especially this, which is so dumb, so unbelievably dumb. They like to think that they're smarter than people in Canberra. Come on. This is the sort of thing that, like, even when it comes to Peter Dutton, for instance, when people say Peter Dutton's an idiot, no, he's not. Peter Dutton might be one of the smartest political operators the Liberal Party's ever seen. Peter Dutton came up with the Department of Home Affairs, or at least was very instrumental in implementing it. Peter Dutton is worth $300 million, maybe, allegedly. And allegedly people say, like, that's because he's corrupt. But again, like, look, I wouldn't be surprised if the guy was just able to accumulate $300 million. Like, dude, having connections in politics is not the same as being corrupt. But this is the whole thing. Like, dumbass commentators and dumbass media and dumbass think tanks and stuff like to prey on everybody's stupid preconceived sensibility. They're like, the only reason that you'd ever get into politics is because you're corrupt. That's the only reason that you'd ever get into it. Like, again, dude, maybe Peter Dutton is, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's not. And I'm never going to go out and say that someone is, because I think that that is, again, one of these words that should, like critical thinking like neoliberalism and stuff. You're just destroying the word and making it completely meaningless. And that is a charge that should mean a lot. It's kind of just like, this is my general go-to on YouTube now. Yeah? When someone says like X YouTuber is a P word, my immediate response is like, shut up. You know, I always just think like, you're just clout chasing. That's my immediate thought. Why is that my immediate thought? Because it's just the accusation that's hurled at everyone all the time, constantly. So it's meaningless now. And you know what I mean? Like, being a P word is a very serious thing. It shouldn't just be chucked. Nazi? That's another one. These things shouldn't be thrown around. Let's look at this. I'm writing Dylan Huntley, $14. Thank you. 15. Thank you. I'm writing a video essay about ray guns, Faustian bargain, and the history of white feminism's history of failure. Do you have any advice for making the video watchable for the average person? Yes, I do have some advice. This is advice for any budding YouTuber that's coming out there. Obviously, chat and streams like this is completely different to what would be a high octane video. So for instance, there would be no way that I would have the reach if I didn't have this big team behind me, which is why all your donations are there, which is why you should sign up to Patreon to keep that supporting, because all of that money does go to that team, right? Like, the reason that you do have a team there is so that they can sit there and look at it and say, like, that part's boring, it can cut out. It's very difficult for you to look at it from that angle. But I think that you should always be looking at your content from this angle all the time. Is this boring? As soon as that is the ultimate sin on YouTube. I think streaming is very different because people expect something different out of streaming. But I think that when it comes to, not even, obviously, like if you just have two monkeys yelling at each other, that's going to be a very good stream. But the ultimate sin is boring. The ultimate sin is boring. So constantly be looking at your video and thinking, am I losing focus? Do I just think that this is important? Is it actually important? That's the frame that you should be looking at your videos on. That will get you going further than anything else. If you can honestly go back, look at your videos, and you'll see it over and over again, because I'm learning it because now I'm starting to produce content for TikTok and Instagram, and I'm just like getting waded into how hyper psycho that has to be, even in comparison to YouTube, right? Like, the attention span of those people is completely shot, which is another thing that really vexes me about this whole angle of like these think tanks just being able to flood that space with a bunch of just, you know, nodding yes men that just regurgitate the same bullshit over and over again. There's dozens of them just doing that shit. But yes, I think that the reason that your videos aren't doing well, or the reason that everybody's videos are never doing well, is always because that video is boring and people are clicking off. That's the reason. They're just going, and moving to the next thing. Which, you know, in the world of infinite possibilities, like, you could be watching anything on earth that's ever made. You could be watching Indian game shows if you want to right now. If you're boring, you're gone. Can't join a union because the employer would see it as mutiny. Hint, not corporate. What if we start a collective of co-workers who fight for rights of workers, not a union, a collective? That's really funny. Thank you for the $10, Paul. I honestly think when it comes to this, yes, obviously you should be giving money to your respected profession. But when it comes to me, for instance, there's many unions that I could potentially be joining. I just pick one. I just pick one that I like, and I think that they're doing good work, and then I just give them their money for that. Because I honestly just think that that is just your ticket of admission into democracy. I genuinely think this. If you are not paying money to a union, you're a bad person. No, I'm not paid to say that. I just genuinely, like, when you go back and look at the history of this country, the only reason that we are the way that we are today is because of unions. That's it. That is our only saving grace. We got nothing else going for us. It's just that we, for whatever reason, had a strong foundation of unionism, and it is a damn shame that it is being eroded. This is why I hate the crossbench so much, because they are just a bunch of con artists funded by, it's just like, you know, instead of just having like a mainstream, you know what it is? It's pretty much like, okay, there used to be 3 major cable networks, and so to advertise on those networks, you needed to be advertising something like cornflakes, soap bars, some very mainstream, non-offensive thing, and then cable TV came along, and then you're going for like Comedy Central, and then you're going for like, you know, Haberdashery Weekly, the show, you know, and all these things, and then all of a sudden you could start micro advertising to these things. That's all a minor party is. It's just capital that is more targeted capital. That's all an independent represents. You know, unions are the only way out. They always have been. And if those go, then we turn out like America, we turn out like Israel. This is all because of weak unions. Hey, Jordan, just thought I'd throw 20 at you because you're a legend and you're honest. Thank you so much, Dragon Lord. I really appreciate it. I really do appreciate that. That's very, very, very nice. There's a German streamer called Dragon Lord. Worth a watch. Sounds like he would be. It's very German. I am the Dragon Lord! $5 New Zealand. Here's for the Warhammer 40k content. Now, there is a man of good taste. Thank you very much. Good for you, sir. Man, people are chucking a lot of Kiwi dollars at me. Love your work. Enjoy the 20. Anyway, do you think Labor would benefit or not from taking a pro-legal stance on weed? I don't know. I don't know if they would benefit from it or not. Look, again, my argument always when it comes to these vices, though, and I really wish that this was the case, but I really do wish that alcohol was government run, weed was government run, cigarettes were government run, porn was government... Maybe not porn, that'd be way too weird if it was government run. Don't you think there's just so many conversations through it just being like, just halfway through, I would like to put out yet another consent form. Like, yeah, all right. So, look, but, you know, most of the vicey things should be just run by the government and completely taxed. I know that we'll never live in that world, but if you were going to start out weed again, and you were going to legalize it, and like you do have a clean slate there because it is illegal. This is something that you could start from scratch. Guys, what are you doing? Could you imagine how much tax revenue you would get if you had legalized weed 100% government owned? Be better than getting mining royalties, I'll tell you that. $50. Have a bit of Warhammer money. Yeah, just a little bit. That's the key word there. What if you bought me with $50 one Space Marine? Thank you so much, though, Ryan. That's very nice of you. Any thoughts on what's happened so far in Queensland? I live here and haven't heard anything yet. Well, it is early days. Pretty much all that happened was that there was the gag order that was put on Christopher Woolley. Just like people were like, I want to talk about abortion. Let's ban abortion. And he said, no. So he just gagged it entirely. So he's scared about that. And then, of course, there's just a bunch of other things like, you know, the Minister for Integrity, what a surprise, has a lobbyist in their chief of staff. Or maybe not chief of staff, in their office. For the Ministry of Integrity. There you go. That's a good start. This is my other thing that's always so stupid about the whole, like, when you wake up and realize they're the same. Okay, you're comparing the party that on 2 separate occasions got Tony Fitzgerald, the guy that created the Fitzgerald Report, that brought down the most corrupt politician in Australian history. They got him to do a second round saying, how can we make the government even more transparent? That's one side. And then the other side is that you have the Liberals coming in and immediately assigning for the Ministry of Integrity a former lobbyist. You know? And then you have the same arguments from the same dullards over and over again online. Oh, they're all bought by lobbyists. All they do is pay attention to lobbyists. It's so stupid. I really just don't understand it. Like, I don't know why people's identity just comes into this whole thing of like, I like pissing on people. Even people that help me out. I like pissing on them. Anyway, yes, let's go on to the next point. It's sad to see Geordies being so harsh on independents, making them out to be like the Greens. I can guarantee you right now that until I was going hard after the Greens for a year, pointing out their utter hypocrisy, pointing out how self-serving, how deeply opportunistic and narcissistic at a core that entire quote-unquote movement is. He would be saying, why is Geordie's being so harsh on the Greens? And it's just because I've started being harsh on the independents recently that he's been like, why are you being harsh on the independents? Because this is the whole thing. I think that what's happened with all of these people is they've actually, like, the Greens have done such a bad job on themselves this election cycle. They've really exposed themselves for the little weasels that they are, that I think that they've lost a lot of community support. I mean, look, two of the people that are the most hated politicians in the country, one's a former Green and the other one is the leader of the Greens. They're hated. But this type of person here, they just want to move to the next thing that isn't one of the mainstream parties. And so they just move to the independents because they always just have this dumb idea implanted in their head. From Capital, by the way. It's always, this is very moneyed interest. They have this implanted in their head that the independents are independent thinkers. And so they just move to the next thing, the next shiny object in front of them to just be like, oh, this isn't one of the majors, so it's good. That's it. That's all that's happening there. Dragonlord, hey, what do politicians and human sperm have in common? They have 1 in a billion chance of becoming a human. That's all I've got is a double after that. Thank you very much. Another $20. Thank you. Small mention, but com radio and bias, sick of having to listen to Chrissy Swan at work and how great the Teals are. Small mention about community radio and bias, sick of having to listen to Chrissy Swan and working out about the Teals. What the hell does that mean? You're going to have to explain yourself better. Thank you so much for the $8. I've got no idea what you're talking about. Sounds interesting, though. It's the same tactic that the libs use on Labour. There we go. Yet another genius political commentator. Yeah, Labour. Don't you think that anybody that ever writes Labour, you can completely disregard their opinion after that? That's your little litmus test right there. Is this person even... It's like somebody that ever says, like, I've got a toxic workplace. You just, like, absolutely they're the toxic one. Every time. If you want to vote for a party or candidate that really care about the environment, who aren't on the lobbyist bankroll, this bill makes it harder. How? How does it make it any harder? It makes it way easier. And on top of this, what is this hypothetical? Who is this party or candidate that really care about the environment who aren't on the lobbyist bankroll? Who is it? Who are we talking about here? Don't just use hypotheticals. This is the other thing that endlessly annoys me about these Reddit types is that they just can't, they are constantly arguing in hypotheticals. Let's just say, let's assume the world is like this. Who are you talking about? Own up. Own up. This is something that I really, really want to impress upon everybody, which is that if you are going to go and argue about politics, you have to tell people who you're arguing for. Never sit there and say, I just shit in both tents. I don't have a team. You're lying. You are absolutely lying. Don't say things like this. If you're saying there is a party or candidate that really care about the environment, who is it? Because I can guarantee you this person would have been saying that about the Greens 6 months ago. They'd be saying that the Greens really care about the environment. Why? Because they have money to advertise themselves as the party that cares about the environment. That's it. It's all marketing bullshit. Guys, this is my honest opinion about... This is genuinely, after studying politics endlessly, for God, I wish I could stop. If only they'd let me stop! If I could just stop if I could just sum up what I have learned about politics after studying it endlessly for... When did I go to uni? 18... Jesus, it's getting to almost 15 years or something. 15 years. Getting close to 15 years. 15 years. Decade and a half. This is what I can say about politics. This is what I can say about politics in Australia that I know for absolutely certain. Yeah? Everything except unions is bullshit. Everything except unions is bullshit. All of it. Because really, there is only two ways to ever get elected into government, ever. Or, like, not even government, just to getting elected into parliament. There's two ways of doing it. You can either rely on capital, i.e., a couple of rich people bankrolling you, or you can rely on labour, actual labour. This guy here, the Labur, that's what you're talking about with labour. Labour, as in workers, as in a bunch of people giving you very small donations, and then you representing their interests. Those are the only two ways that you can do it. There is no other way. That's it. You either get a bunch of donations from a bunch of small people, which is always infinitely harder than just having a couple of sugar daddies that just want a couple of things like done in their business interest that you just sit there and you fucking pass. And this is exactly what the independents are doing with this. They have a few sugar daddies, very few sugar daddies, like when they sit there and go, we've got a grassroots donation campaign. I can't remember what it was. I'm going to have to look at the exact numbers again. But I think like when it comes to one of the teals was just bragging about, you know, they're getting close to millions of dollars in donations for a single round. And they're saying like, this was all grassroots. And it's like, how many people donated for those millions of dollars? 3,000. You know? What workers have, what are we talking about here? Like probably like, I don't know, like $1,000 to just chuck down at like some dinner. Like she would have just had to have gone to like one or two fundraisers with the circular tables, got Killing Heidi to play there or some Australian band. I love Spiderbait. Spiderbait reminds me that Australia is such a good country, blah, 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 blah. Then they just get, you know, 500 fuckwits there at, I don't know, what a fucking $5,000 table. They all chucking money. There's your independent candidate that's, you know, just working in the interests of the environment, sure. As an Adelaidean, $5. I fundamentally disagree with the government regulating alcohol, especially beer and wine. I miss my $20 goose sack. That's my boy. That is my boy. Hell yeah. No, this is my point. Look, I honestly think that this is my, I'm going to reveal this to you guys now. Yeah, no, look, I think that, you know, now the genie's out of the bottle, whatever. I don't really care. You're right. Like, regulating it is just, like, highly taxed. But, dude, imagine if the government owned all the vineyards. Could you imagine how cheap wine would be? It'd be incredible. All right, here we go. The Greens care about the environment as a tactic. Elaine Pope. There we go. There we go. She's bang on. She is bang on. The Greens care about the environment as a tactic. Now, look, I honestly do think this. The Greens, under Bob Brown was just some, you know, hippie gay guy from Tasmania that was just like, no, the Franklin Dam's very special and unique. In fact, you know what? I was reading the other day that apparently this is even a myth, but I can't even confirm that. But let's just say that this is how the myth went. Then the Greens come in, and yes, it's cool to just have like some little environmental advocacy group. But you guys, you do not get to the Greens level by just advocating for the environment. For instance, there was a survey that was recently done that I was reading about the Greens voter base. You ask them, what do they care about more, social justice issues or the environment? And they'll say, social justice issues is as important as the environment. Why is that? Why is that? Because this is not a party of just a bunch of feral hippies in Tasmania, a bunch of tree huggers anymore. This is because once the Australian Democrats died as a party, all of the scum, all the opportunists that make that crossbench thing that are all, this is the thing you have to understand, the crossbench is actually more scummy than the Liberal Party in a lot of ways, because it is just all of the hacks. It is all of those little seedy rats that aren't good or talented enough for the Liberal Party that realize, oh, I can just play on someone's identity. And again, always the most insufferable people. Like, what was the slogan of the Australian Democrats? Keeping the bastards honest. Like, anyone that thinks that is just a dickhead. Don't you think? It's just like, that is translation in my head to just someone just being like, I'm smarter and better than everybody that gets into the public service, you know? But anyway, all of the rats from that, they started jumping ship and they realized, oh, the Greens brand is actually a hell of a lot stronger. There was some work done from Advance Australia, I think it was. See, this is what I'm talking about when it comes to, when I'm saying all of these points. Like with the Australia Institute, it's like, yeah, the Australia Institute, I use some of their work every now and then. But here's the thing. I don't just use their work. Guess what? I also use the Murdoch Press's work every now and then. Guess what? I also use the IPA, which is the Liberal Party's version of what the Australia Institute is. I use all of it. I read all of it. Yeah, sometimes they do things that are like, you know, interesting work, right? But generally, I'm very well aware of what their shtick is, why they're getting paid to do the things they do, why they appear in the media in such like consistent droves. There is reasons for this, and it's certainly not to help out, the average Australian. But yes, anyway, the reason that the vast majority of people vote for the Greens, and this is why they've really screwed themselves as well, right? Like most people vote for the Greens on vibe. They vote for the Greens on vibe because it just has the word green in it. I mean, I get it. I was 18 once. I was an idiot that was like, yeah, that's the party for the environment. They care about the environment heaps. But as Elaine Pope points out, no, that is their brand. Their brand is that they care about the environment. And so, basically, the vast majority of people that when they vote for the Greens Party, the reason that they're voting for the Greens Party is because most people, this is the playing field that you have to understand that you're going against when it comes to. This is exactly the same thing when it comes to America and anywhere else in democracies. It's just really, you just need to understand most people are way too stupid for a democracy. Way too stupid. Like, dude, we're arguing with people that are into politics, and look at how stupid their arguments are. Imagine the average person that doesn't give a fuck about politics. And again, they might not even be stupid people. Like, a lot of these people could be scientists and doctors, but they're not. This isn't their interest. They haven't pathetically spent 15 years of their life thinking about it like I have, or one specific aspect of it like I have. But anyway, these people, the reason that they're voting for the Greens, and the reason, obviously, that they're doing this, I'll just point out the reason that the Advance Australia is doing this work is because they want to destroy the Greens, right? So that's where they're coming from. So they want to know thy enemy. This is why I actually do trust what they're saying about it. They were saying that the reason that people are voting for the Greens is purely just that they feel like they have no understanding of like what the Labor Party is. They don't know why it's not spelt with a U. That's why you have all these people who've been like, Labor. So they're going into this on election day. They're looking around and then they see the Greens and they think the Greens stands for the environment, and so they just go, yep, tick, one, that's it. That's all they're thinking about. So really, most of the Greens, why people are voting for it, has absolutely nothing to do with the issues. They have their insufferable Reddit Australia types that are endlessly spouting these very concocted bullshit reasons. But generally, the average person is not voting for it like that. They just feel like it's just like, that's my one good deed for the day. It's like them giving money to a homeless person or something, which is what you're doing now, especially with this, giving them $3 for every primary vote they get, which they do not deserve a cent of, right? Because they're a very nefarious party. But yes, that's it. Sorry, I'll keep going. Thank you for the Warhammer money again. G-Shen. Hey, mate. You and your team have made a world of difference for the world. Thank you. Thank you for entertaining me in my teens and informing me in my adulthood. You're a legend. Go enjoy some not Domino's pizza. I'm doing it with a 50. Thank you. Thank you, G-Shen. That's so nice. Honestly, there's so many of you that just give out a lot of money. And just know, again, that money isn't going to pizza money for me. I'm just putting that straight back in the channel. Everything that I ever get, I am going to be putting back into the channel. I really think that somebody in the country needs to stand up for unions. Someone has to do it. Wear a silly hat. Yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. I mean, it's worth the 20. Hey, if you want me to change the hat, give me another 20, anyone. Or if you want me to take the hat off. Otherwise, this is staying on for the rest of the thing. Is your moderator on Smoko? No, why? I don't know. Okay, let's keep going. Blah, 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 blah. Yes, all right. Makes it harder. So yes, we went through all of that. These dumb hypotheticals are just based off of nothing. It doesn't make it harder. How part of the bill works. Labour, genius scholar here. Labour lib, 100 candidates times 100 equals $10,000. One independent times 100 equals $100. What the hell are you talking about? Guys, come on. Like, this man is not all there, right? Like, this guy has like an IQ of 80 or something. There is no... What the hell are you talking about? Yeah, okay, let's just go through this argument that he has there, right? Yes. Labour, whatever party that is, never heard of it, must be a minor party, and Lib are running 100 candidates, and then someone gives them $100, and then an independent gets $100. Guess what? The Liberal Party isn't running 100 candidates of the Liberal Party in a seat. They're all in different seats. What? You think that what would make this fair and easy is if the independent gets $10,000. What the hell are you talking about? Holy hell, that's dumb. Jesus Christ. You see why I don't read the comments, right? Like, it really does make you feel like the end of it. It's just like, oh my God. And this person's interested in politics and still can't spell one of the major parties. And this is his arguments. Thoughts on MP Julian Hill? Akil Bonu gave me $20. Thank you so much. He shows up on my TikTok and he does a great job on Sky News and pushes back against the Greens. I think Labor has a chance to win if they can improve their messaging in non-traditional media. Now, Akil, yes, I do agree with that point, and I think that Julian Hill is one of the few that does a very good job on that. There's also the giant in the Hunter Valley. He does a good job as well. But what was I talking about again? Yes. Now, Akil, yes, you are dead on. He does the best job on TikTok, I reckon, easily, by a mile. And again, I think it is just because he's younger. And I think that there is a big generational divide in the Labor Party where they think that, oh, whatever the Australian writes that day, yes, I get it because it fans out to the rest of the mainstream media nexus. But they have to understand that, dude, they're fighting on two fronts now. They're fighting on two fronts, which is the thing that is quite distressing and disturbing about this. And the whole thing is that the independents, because they're moneyed and they're well-resourced, and they are, like, not independents. They're really not. Like, Teals, come on. Just, you're a party. Admit it. It's pathetic that they don't. Again, it's just marketing bullshit that they're not. Like, how often do they vote in accordance with one another? You know? Like, yeah, you can find examples of them not. You can find examples of it. But anyway, I think Labor has a chance to win if they can improve their messaging in non-traditional media. Yes, I think that that's definitely true as well. There is the one-prong problem of the fact that most people in the Labor Party are old and nerdy and don't get it. So there is that problem. My other big problem is, so what we're talking about, the whole theme of this broadcast so far is that these people have a think tank in their pocket, the Australia Institute. They have Climate 200, which is a funding model that they have in their pocket. They have a bunch of PR firms. They have a bunch of advertising agencies. They have a bunch of extremely well-moneyed, well-resourced people. Do you understand why it's different and bullshit, by the way, that these people are sitting there and saying, even if this was true, which, I mean, it is true, but it's just so dumb. It's just like, what's your point? But, like, let's just put it this way. Independents, like the Teals, are running in the richest seats in the country. Who is in that electorate? The most powerful, well-connected, well-resourced people in the country. They have massive, massive advantages over, like, say, the Labor Party that's running in Penrith. Huge advantages. While they sit there and whinge and moan, oh, this is so terrible, oh, we're really the underdog in this. Yeah? You see it in Wentworth. You see it in Kooyong. Yeah, you really, my violin's coming out for you, assholes. So the thing is that they have all of this money, that they have set up this infrastructure to just pipeline all these people into this very deliberate corporatized bullshit that they're peddling here, where they've got all these people sitting there and being like, I should feel sorry for the member of Kooyong. I should feel sorry for the member of Wentworth. That's who I should feel sorry for. Not the party that basically represents Western Sydney. Not the party that represents all the shit-kicker suburbs across the country. No. Fuck them. They're in it with the big end of town. No, you know who's not in it with the big end of town? Allegra Spender. Yeah. But her last name is Spender, for Christ's sake. What policies should Labor highlight at the election to give themselves the best shot at re-election? Well, I think that honestly, when I'm looking at the numbers, it's really not as dire as I thought it would be. And I think that really they can just go to the election and just, like, let's compare the two. Let's compare the two. your wages are way better because of us. The Liberals voted against that. We gave you the biggest tax cut in a generation. The Liberals wanted to give it all to the big end of town. No, I don't even think they should talk about the tax evasion thing at the big end of town, because again, this is something that like only independent-y type of people care about. I think that the average Australian, especially in the cost of living crisis, cares about their back pocket. And you can sit there and say, our energy rebate gave you $300 extra. If you're in Queensland, that's $1,300. That's why sometimes you were paying nothing on your electricity bill. The Liberals weren't, you know, like I think that there really isn't that much of an appetite for the Liberal Party, and the only reason that they're saying it there now is because no one really pays attention to politics, and so there is just that attitude of just like screw whoever's in power. That's really all it's running there. It's actually, I think, quite easy to overcome, but it requires people pushing back on bullshit that's being peddled out like this from moneyed interests. Nothing to do, $10. I remember showing a Yilmaz video to my friends in high school. No one laughed. Safe to say, almost 10 years later, we're no longer friends. Thanks for radicalizing me at 14. Nothing to do. Thank you so much. How could you not laugh at Yilmaz? Come on. That's not even a... I'm not even personally offended on my level. I am offended on Yilmaz's behalf. Like, he's the star of that. Okay, can't too much for $100 these days against 10,000. Did you ever think about that, guys? Did you ever think about the fact that $10,000 is more than $100 unless you are portioning it out to 100 seats, which is this guy's own example, in which case it is the exact same amount of money. This guy has 7 likes. 7 people read that and are like, what do you think of that? Didn't Geordies make a video about an Arab dictator who won due to political corporate donations, but it's okay if it benefits Labour? And then after here, I was like, oh shit, I meant Labour. What the hell are you talking about? What Arab dictator did I make a video on due to corporate political donations? What the hell are you talking about? Holy hell. Just when you thought it couldn't get any dumber. Let's move to the next one. New caps on how much parties and independent candidates, 1/6 of the party cap in each state. See, here we go. It's the same talking point over and over and over again. And why? Go look at The Guardian. Go look at the Saturday paper. Go look at Crikey. Go look at all the online commentators. They're all regurgitating the same point that doesn't make any sense. No sense. We've gone through it again. Let me highlight it. I'll go back to it again. May incur electoral expenditure in Senate campaigns. I'm all for banning political donations, but I'm not a big fan of limiting independents' advertising budget. But guys, who is funding this? Who is funding this message? The independents think tank. The think tank that is always giving the independents their shitty talking points. And so you're sitting there and regurgitating like you think it's your opinion. You did not come up with this weird little like point that if you even think about it for a second is immediately inverted on its head. You did not come up with this. A think tank came up with, a think tank is doing your thinking for you. 1/5 of the majors. Let's just quickly recap this again. When you are, first off, they're running in a state. They're trying to dole out that same amount of donations amongst many seats. The independent is running in 1 seat. So they're already at a massive advantage with the point that you are saying is this big disadvantage for independents. On top of that, they are not taking all of this money from all these branches, from the federal ring. Oh, yeah, let's just fuck over an independent. Like, how main character syndrome do these independents have it? Like, they're just like, it's all a conspiracy theory against me. The major parties aren't thinking about gaining government. They're just thinking about keeping their seat. Like me. How narcissistic do you have to be to run as an independent? Don't you think? Like, you know who deserves to have like a really big say in politics? Like, dude, you're just falling for the most vile narcissists on the planet, aren't you? Oh, you know who should be running and have like this mad, big say against everyone else? Me. I should have a big say on national affairs, disproportionate to everyone else. Me. And then you're like feeling sorry for these people when they're already at a big advantage to this. And what they want is an even bigger advantage where they're just crippling the major parties by like not letting them like get what is really not in their advantage, how this is written anyway. Like, okay, so in your world, if you give $20,000 to ACT Labor, you can't give $20,000 to New South Wales Labor, even though they're different parties. You can't give it to them, even though they're running in multiple seats, because you gave 20,000 to ACT. So they have to just divvy it out to all of the different seats in the ACT, while an independent gets to put that $20,000 in that one. Do you understand that they're unbelievably insane demands that you're pretending? In practice, though, an independent will put an entire cap into one seat, while the majors will have to spread that across the whole seat, which is a lot more than 6 seats. Bam! There you go. Right there. That's a good summary. I'm just going to write that down, and I'm just going to say that because you know that this is just going to be the same response over and over and over and over again. And people are just tuning in and out, so we are just going to have to keep repeating that constantly. That guy just summed it up way better than I have. He said what it's taken me bloody 1 hour and 42 minutes to explain. In practice, though, an independent will put that entire cap into one seat, while the majors will have to spread that across the whole seat, which is a lot more than 6 seats. Let me just see how. Just 1 sec. I'm gonna take a quick break. I just need to look at how this is going. Let's see how the ray gun video is going. 1 hour. Now 400 comments. Same. Bam. Yep. Okay. 33. That all seems to be going well. All right. Let's continue on. Sorry. Same old dead end highway. Dude, I'm sorry, but the theme song for Twister slaps. It slaps. Basically, Labor wants to help save the planet and make our lives a little easier, and the Liberals just want to screw us. Do you agree? Yes, that's exactly my thoughts, Dragon Lord. Thank you. Yes. Thank you for the $20, Dragon Lord. Where's the rest of your money, you cheapskates? Yes. No, thank you very much. Sorry, oh, someone gave me a 20 there, sorry. Put another silly hat on, please. Okay, Hannah. Thank you so much. Love your work. Will do. Now, remember, $20 is how much you have to give me to put on another silly hat. Hey, here's a silly hat. Or is it silly? Because 'tis the season. I was going to put on a... No, I'm not going to do it. I was going to put on a Santa hat. I'll give it on... Here's a silly hat for you. Ow! 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 Yeah, well, guess what's coming out? Gay nightclubs, worst gay nightclubs in Australia. God, I'm looking forward to that one. That one was funny. Worst gay nightclubs in Australia might be the best worst of series that we've ever done. So naturally, my editor bought this because it's the season. All right, let's move on to the next one. Let's see. The main problem I can see that you haven't addressed in this reform is that it makes it much more difficult to create a new party. If the public funding for an election is distributed based on the results of the previous election, newcomers receive nothing. Now, I don't know how to fix this, but it seems at least something that should be discussed here. Dude, look, that's fine criticism, you know? Like, that's absolutely fine. Let me just add this, though, you know? You see, like, that basically everyone's sitting there being like, massive loopholes. This is a big stitch up to keep the majors. And then when you really look at it, it's like, okay, what about people that want to run for office that haven't got one? But let's just put this into perspective here, right? As it currently stands, you get public funding if you get primary votes. That's how it works. That's how it's always worked. All this does is increase the amount of public funding so that parties have to rely less on donations from external parties and then get rid of the idea of there being influence on them, which again, I am completely skeptical of. I've already explained that in this stream. You've got to go back and watch that part because I think that this is, again, just part of this stupid narrative that people have in their heads of like, they get money, they're corrupt. Like, it's so much like, it's not like that, you know? It's very dumb and simplistic and the world's out to get me to think that way. The reality is that usually what happens is these vested interests just spend a lot of money in getting rid of parties that are against their interests. That's how it really works. is distributed based on the results of the previous election. Now, let's just think about this, right? Why should any nutbag that runs for parliament be getting publicly funded? I don't want most of that. Dude, look at the Senate as it is now. Look at how many absolute clowns there are in the Senate. All on the crossbench, but look at them. And some of them, look, in fairness, one of them was former Labor, Payman, and then, of course, you've got Lydia Thorpe, you know, the most sane woman on earth, the one that tried to hit the king. Look at all these nutbags. Now, first off, I don't even know if they would get extra funding from this, because no one did vote for them. They just decided to become independents when they're in there. But look at the type of person that becomes an independent. It is the scummiest of the scummy that usually become an independent. The only obvious exception that I will ever put for independents, there's very, very few exceptions. Very few exceptions. This dumb blanket idea that independents are independent thinkers. Dude, usually they're just affiliated with the Liberal Party anyway. They're usually people that weren't talented enough to get into the Liberal Party. And so they just do the bidding of one sugar daddy that bankrolls them to get in there. But anyway, the point is that, like, if you are an independent, you are somebody that is running for a seat now, you don't get public funding as it stands. So there's nothing that's changed there. All it is just like you have to rely less on getting external donations, because they're increasing it from, I think, like $3 a primary vote or $3.50 a primary vote or something, to $5 a primary vote. That's the only change that's happening there. And the other thing is, look, there are all kinds of psychos that run for government. You really need to understand this if you are in the political world. And I just understand it because I've been around there for so long. But so many people that are always like, oh, I'm running for government. You don't want these people getting your public money, right? Like, the whole point of those primary votes is you have convinced a significant portion of the electorate that you're not completely loony. And still, you have the Senate as it is. And you have all of those nutters in the Senate as it is. So even that's not fail-safe, right? But, man, go look at the average independent that is running for your seat and tell me that that person isn't a complete fucking loon. So why should that person be getting public funding in the first place? Thank you for the $20. Keep those donations coming, by the way, on this stream that is all about how donations are not good. Let me move to the next one. All right, I'm sure this will get ignored / trolled into oblivion, but I've got to say it. Not the first time I've agreed with your message and wanted to send it to people, but you just had to throw in the tired middle-aged woman bad bit and ensure that a lot of people who need to hear this stuff will... Did I? Oh, yeah, we're dragging on the teals just being a bunch of Karens. Yeah, we'll focus this thing and ignore the real meat of the video. I get that it's funny on some level to some of your audience, but honestly, think about whether it's needed or if you're just diluting your otherwise excellent work. Well, look, honestly, I have thought about this in great detail. And my overall point is that, yes, humor, by its very nature, is going to be offensive to some person. Hang on, Bingsu gave me $20. Thank you very much, Bingsu. My vegan mates always think ALP and LMP are the same. Yeah. Because they don't have enough brain power, because they don't eat meat. They are very basic yuppie views on things. Exactly, there we go. Very basic yuppie views on things. How do I convince them otherwise? Talking about workers' rights, wages, and environmental policy doesn't work. New silly hat, please. Okay. Again, you want me to put on a different hat? You give me $20. I'll put on another stupid hat. Oh! Okay. All right, Bingsu. I've got one. No, okay. I've got a really bad hat that I should not be putting on into the current political climate. But if you want to see it, $100. I'll put on another stupid hat though. All right, so what was I talking about again? How do you convince these people? Look, this goes into my whole point of like post-materialism. What is post-materialism? It is that type of yuppie fuckwit that you are with, the reason that workers' rights and wages and environmental policy doesn't shift them is because they don't need any of that. They live in a complete cocooned bubble, insulated by money, that they don't need. This is why talking about unions and things falls on deaf ears to Greens voters and independents. It's because they're extremely wealthy people, and all that they really need from politics, this is why they get into this kind of stuff, is the feeling that they're morally superior to everyone. It's all just to inflame their narcissism. That's what post-materialism is. Like, this is the whole thing that I like about the Liberal Party, if I'm going to say anything, right? If I'm going to say something about the Liberal Party, the constituencies that vote for the Liberal Party, which is small business and big business, right? They materially get something out of the Liberal Party. Like, the Liberal Party has to serve those interests, otherwise they won't vote for them. You understand? But minor parties, your Teals, your Greens, all of these people that vote for them, like your yuppies from the inner city and the eastern suburbs of Sydney and the North Shore, they don't need anything from their politician. They are just looking for somebody that like makes them feel personally better. This is why when it comes to, I really care about donations and there being dirty money in politics, which is all just money that isn't my money. All money that isn't my money is dirty. I'm clean though, because I'm me, you know? Like, when you say, okay, let's get money out of politics, they go, no, it's actually like what you're doing is like for the majors a stitch up. Like, so all they ever do is just move the goalposts to what makes them feel morally superior. They don't actually care about material outcomes. What you could actually give them is that. Like, I talk a lot about it in Whinge Merchants. You can check that out. I honestly think that just pointing out to them, like, listen, you are a fuckwit that is not tethered to the real world. Like, it doesn't matter to you if the Labor Party is in or not, but it matters to 70% of the population that are living from paycheck to paycheck. Wage increases matter to these people. You know? Like, them having workers' rights and safety regulations put in place matters to these people. People in marginal communities and not well off, climate change hits them hard. Environmental changes, you know, like that Murray-Darling thing, for instance. These cunts, I'm not saying that word. They are getting their money from, these people are getting their money from, they are not drinking water out of the Murray-Darling. So where the Labor passes regulations on water theft for the Murray-Darling is completely immaterial to these people. They can sit there and say, yeah, I don't think it's enough. I think it's just they didn't go far enough. I don't know. I didn't really read the regulation, but I don't think this went far enough. They can do that, even if they know about that or care, because they just drink Fiji water. I think that you can explain it to them like that. Let me see. 50. Have you ever visited Tasmania? What do you think about the Liberal Party and the mess up? $50. Far out. Luxa. Have you ever visited Tasmania? Yeah, I go every year. Sometimes I go twice a year. I think I went twice a year this year. Touring and whatnot. And once I went there on leisure. And it was wonderful. Yeah, going out and seeing the nature of Tasmania, I highly recommend it. It's basically an alien universe. And the main thing that I'm always amazed at is, wow, the roadkill isn't just a bunch of dead cats. It's a bunch of native animals. Which I'm sad about that they're native animals, but I'm glad that it is native animals, which means that there's not as many cats. And the mess up with New Harbour and Devonport, no idea. If not, that's okay. Do you think Guy Barnett looks like Peter Garrett, who never tried weed in the 80s and made music? Guy Barnett. Let me just look. Let me just look at who Guy Barnett is. Dude. Where did your comment go? Look at Tom Giz's underlined of a comment. It puts that or it gets poor again. Ooh, I better listen to Garrett. Guy Barnett looks like Peter Garrett, who never tried weed in the 80s. Damn, that's such a good point. Hang on, let me just show everyone here. Luxa's onto something. Luxa is on. He does. He looks like Peter Garrett if he never tried weed. Look, honestly, all I know about the Liberal Party, which is very, very scary and is a scary indictment of things that are going to come, is that I think that what the What Tasmania is what happens when the crossbench becomes too powerful, which is that they sit there and be like, yay, we're forcing Labor into minority government. How good is that? And then every time they get in, they absolutely mess up the government. They do make the Labor Party govern way less effectively, force them into doing a bunch of stupid things because the crossbench are a combination of idiots and opportunists. And then the Labor Party gets the damage of that. They get the damage brand recognition of it. And then you have that same stalemate that is happening in Tasmania over and over and over and over again, which is that the coalition get to sit there and be like, we're the party that's very reasonable. And the thing is about the coalition there, environmentally, they are absolutely a disaster. But on your day-to-days of the things that anyone actually cares about, because no one does care about the environment, you know, it's not, obviously, I think every time, like every single public service is going to be far better managed under the Liberals. But because they're more closer to the faction of your Malcolm Turnbull's types, they're not insane. They're not insane like federal and Queensland Liberal are, and so they don't, things don't get so bad that people think, oh, okay, well, we've got no choice, but we have to vote Labor in. So you just keep getting that same stalemate over and over again. So that's my general thoughts on Thingy Mabob. And what is it? New hat. One moment, please. Remember, you give me $100, I will put on the naughty hat. Yeah, I'm going to school. All right, sorry, let's just continue on with it. Jesus, $100. $100 New Zealand. I know what you did there. That's very sneaky of you. $100 New Zealand. No, I'm not going to put on the naughty hat. I've got another naughty hat, though, so I'll put on the second most naughty hat for that. But no, we're talking about $100 Australian. Favorite pony. What the hell is that? Let's just see this. I'm going to look this up on my laptop, just in case it's something very naughty. I'll look this up because, like, thank you so much for the $100 New Zealand. I will put that up. But I already changed the hat for this 50. These suggestions are coming in thick and fast. Look, from now on, $50 Australian for a hat change, $100 Australian for the naughty hat change. I can't just keep changing hats every 5 seconds. I'll run out of hats. Let me see. To take over a task or responsibility from someone else. To make a unilateral decision to assign yourself as the person to resolve an issue. Oh, no, it is, yeah, just like, yeah, okay, so it's from My Little Pony. I don't know. I've never even looked at My Little Pony, but that would be hilarious if I was just like, oh, I like Alphazar. Let me just see. Let me see what the favorite My Little Ponies are. Why are guys into that again? Isn't that a girl thing? All right, let me just say. I like... This is so stupid. This is my favorite pony. A man in his 30s. Yeah, okay, well, you got to go with the unicorn. The rest of them suck. Yes, the one that isn't a pony. That's my favorite pony. Whatever that one's name is. They do sit there and I'm just like, wow, they do look majestic and beautiful. Oh, yes. And also, because you gave me $100 New Zealand, sir, I will, okay, because you were doing something sneaky. You are not getting the naughty hat, but you will get the second naughtiest hat I have. No. Oh. Where is it? Oh, this is the disaster. Yeah, that's right. I believe it. If you don't, then you can beep off. Obviously, this is a cheap Australian knockoff. I mean, sorry, Chinese knockoff, of course. Isn't it hilarious that the Make America Great Again hat's made in China? All right, yes, let's continue on. Do you have any commentary on NT politics? $5. None. No idea what is happening there. Absolutely none. Forgot that it even exists. But thank you for your $5, so I appreciate it. Put the head on. But that's $81. Oh, I'm gonna have to change again. Okay, look. I'm not putting on the hat. I said I will be changing it for $50. Everyone that gives me $50, I will change the hat. But I'm changing it to another stupid hat. You're not going to see the naughty hat. The naughty hat is for $100 AUD. No. No. Just when I sat down, somebody else gave me 100. Guys, can I go through these very serious comments? We haven't even got to the laughing at Gina Rinehart mining thing. We might have to do that in another stream because this just keeps going. Hang on, let me just see. What's happened? Go get the hat, little boy. Angel House, what are you doing to me? I'm sick of getting off my chair. God, look at all the money flushing into these stupid hats. It is hilarious though. Like, guys, you are like really tooling me hard. All right, you want to see my naughty hat? Guys, it is very naughty for now. Don't you think? This is a naughty hat for now. This is very naughty. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, are you ready for the big reveal? The naughtiest hat I own. Beep, 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 beep. Oh, you can't even see it because of the green screen! Oh, what an anticlimax! Oh, that sucks! Hang on. No! No! Oh, man, I'm so sorry! Oh, what do we do about this? Can you guys even tell what this hat is? I don't even know. I'm kind of glad that this is happening because if I did show you what this hat was, I'm pretty sure that this stream could completely take it off. You can get it sort of. It's a lot better, in fact, that it's black. It does make it a lot darker for what this does now represent forever. Oh my god. How is this happening? What a huge reveal. Oh, that's incredible. Okay, look. Surely, Angel, thank you for the $100. I really appreciate it. You guys are legends. At least we can go on like this. That's pretty cool. Otherwise, I swear that this stream would get stopped. I was just going to quickly put it on and off. Okay, well, there you go. I'm not going to mention what this hat is. Just in case no one does know, I've got, I think, the other hat that won't get, because of the green screen. Just let me one sec. I'll come back. No, I don't even have it. I'm just going to have to keep this on. The next goal, I suppose, is... My next goal after this, I have a hat that is... I'm going to put on the dumbest hat that I have. So if somebody gives me $100 for that, I'll put that on. Otherwise, if you want a hat change, $50. Oh, you can set goals. Okay. Yeah, all right. Let's just send it. All right, we'll start the goal there. The goal for 50 super chats in an hour. I'm not gonna set what I want from that. No. How are you? I will give you all the middle finger. Let's see. Start the goal. See if that does anything. All right. Yeah. Again, thank you so much for the $100 though. I guess we're just gonna have to keep this on like this until somebody asks to change it. And all right, the next goal, the next hundo that is donated, I will put on the dumbest, most embarrassing hat that I have, and it is a very stupid hat. It's something that people will immediately clip, and that's just going to be on Google for the rest of my life. Now it's weird hats that's on that hat. Zoe P. Yeah, it's very good. Jordan, copying the L's again, I see. Come back when you get one with Strike Force meatball on it. That's literally what Brothers Agency is. The police is secretly called. Very good, Mid-Lake Connection. Thank you very much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Love your videos, always great. Thank you, Matt Jack. That's so nice of you. I'm so proud of all of you here. You're so nice. Yeah, finger in the bum. Yeah, I think I tried that maybe when I was like 15 or something, because I remember reading a Dolly magazine saying like, guys are doing it and it makes wanking better. And I think I tried it. It was like, that didn't make it better. Head! No, it's 50, not 5. 50, but like, damn, look at all the donations going up on the goals. Thank you, guys. Yeah, we might even get to our 50 donations in an hour. That'd be amazing. Do it, funny man. No. No, you did not. Cooler guy giving me $420. That's insane. You can't. Guys, I'm going to have to. Cooler guy, look. I'll keep 20 of that, and I'll give $400 to a charity. How about that? You can't give me 400. I suppose this channel is the charity, though. Guys, cooler guy. That's way too cool. I mean, I will definitely put the hat on, but... Oh my god, that is such a huge amount of money. What the hell? I feel bad. I feel bad. I was just looking for some 5s and some 50s here and there, but Jesus. Okay. Okay, you've got it like a god, cooler. You're a king, you're a patron, you're a saint. I love you with all my heart. You are an absolute legend. Guys, can we give this guy a round of applause? Cooler guy giving $420. That's insane. Okay, let me just get that hat. Look. This is not worth $420. I just got it. It's $420. Look, but this is perfect for. Can you make a movie? You know what's right for me. Oh, dude, this one isn't even working. But look what it is. You know what that is, my friend? Something that doesn't even fit on my head, and it's cutting the circulation of my brain, so I'm not even going to be able to come up with good retorts to these comments. It's actually really hurting my head right now. And you know why? Because that's skin tight, my friend. Yeah, that's a condom. That is a condom hat that somebody had given me at a show that I did once, where they're just like, you know, I thought that you might use it one day. And I said, why do you have a condom hat? And it's because they used to be one of those traveling troops talking about how you could get AIDS in the 80s. And so they'd go around here being like, make sure you wear a condom before you fuck each other, low socioeconomic kids. Oh, of course you didn't, and now you got AIDS. That is from this. dude, this was this man's job. And how pathetic is this? You've made this my job now. So thank you very much for that. Cool guy. You're an absolute minch. You are a minch. A minch. $420. Yeah, look at that. Guys, get him to 200 likes. He deserves every like of it. Get him to 420 likes for each dollar that guy gave. That's nuts. Look at that. 10 out of 50. We could actually get it. We could hit those donations at that. That's, Jesus, they're coming in thick and fast. I'll tell you this. Next person that gives me $100, I will put on my most based hat. How about that? The most based hat I have. $5, way too sober for a Thursday in 2024, I reckon. Keep 20 for a quick snack pack, 20 for fuel tomorrow, give the rest to the nearest hobo. Legend. What a nice guy. Give it the DV because the ray gun being a dick. Okay, so B. Thank you. Reason we have any form of parental leave is because of unions, sick leave, unions. Also, what the fuck, Jordan? You skipped me earlier. Sorry, Blade. Sorry. Well, they're just coming in so fast, and I have to also respond and do all of these responses. But I will get to that. But thank you, Blade. Appreciate that. That's very nice of you. And you are right about all of that. That is true. Just for the hat. No, Mac J. Sorry, 15. Am I saying this correctly? 50. 50 is for me to changing a hat. Oh, you're just saying 15 to wearing a condom for a hat. Yeah, Mac J, you're a legend then. 25. I live in Canberra. L, I know. L for Lachlan. And I'm really fed up with it. Almost everyone you talk of in Canberra is played rude and closed off. Really cunty violent. Oh, I can't say that word. Tell me I'm not just imagining it. I don't know, because I've never lived in Canberra, so I wouldn't have the faintest of clues. But I would imagine, because, look, Canberra is just where all the nerds in the country live. Nerds are usually not very social people. I would imagine that it would be quite a cliquey, mean-spirited place, especially when it's a bunch of people angling for jobs that, let's be honest, a lot of them are pretty useless. But I'm not one of those people that says that public servants are bad. I think the public servants, are better than the rest of us, but there is a lot of excess, let's just say. But still, good on you, friendly Geordies. Should do more of these if possible. Keep doing what you're doing, brother. Well, thank you very much for the $8. Look at that. 13 out of 50. We could get to the 50. We could get to the 50 goal. That's sick. Thank you all for your donations. I love your content, Pookie Mookie. Thank you. Been watching since I was 14. That is sick. Thank you so much, Haunted Freezer. It always warms my heart when I've got that. I would very much like it if somebody did donate $50 so I could change his hat, because it is cutting off the circulation to my head. But anyway, we'll go on to this. Yes, look, yes, I am very rude. I'm sorry about that, ma'am. I do feel bad about making fun of old women, because I do feel like, yeah, she's right. It is a bot of old women suck. Yeah, I'm a bit of a douche. All right, next one. Oh yeah, let's move on to this. Why are you acting like the $5 per voter is something people are criticising because Labor and Liberal get more votes? That's an absurd straw man of the criticisms there have been regarding this bill, even though we just pointed out somebody that was criticising it for that exact point. You're putting in a straw man of arguments that people present consistently over and over again. Straw man. Don't you think this is another tell of any arguer ever that isn't worth even a response, really? It's just somebody that says you have a straw man argument. It's somebody that thinks that they're some genius debate lord, and they're always just a dumbass. Anyway, if you genuinely support it, address the real problems with it. This is the other thing that's incredible. You do a 12-minute video and you point out and you dispel a bunch of criticisms, and then they'll just come back with that and be like, no one's saying that because I'm not saying that. How solipsistic is that view, seriously, to sit there and say, I'm not saying this, therefore no one has said that. You are strawmanning me. Address my criticism of this random you've never met in your life. The 1K disclosure is great. Daily disclosure during an election is fantastic. Generally speaking, the caps on donations and spending is great. But here are the problems. The new administration introduced by the bill provides double the amount of members of the House than it does senators. The new administrative funding introduced by the bill provides double the amount for members of the House than it does senators. That's a problem. Hang on. It's no secret that the Senate has significant proportion of smaller parties, so this directly provides better funding to Labor and Liberal. See, what did I tell you? Genius debater. Let's just go back into that again, shall we? Let's look at that. The new administrative funding introduced by the bill provides double the amount for members of the House than it does senators. So I think that they're talking about, and correct me if I'm wrong because I don't have it in front of me, but I think that what it was $45,000 a year for lower house members. And sorry, $90,000 a year for lower house members and $45,000 a year for Senate members. I wonder why. I couldn't possibly put my finger on why lower house members would be getting $90,000 and upper house members would be getting $45,000. Oh, could it be because the senator's term is double the amount of time? Could that be the reason? It's so stupid having this condom on my head while talking about it. It's double the amount of time, genius. You should address the main criticisms with it. If you are elected to the lower house, I can't believe it. It's something you should have learned in year 6. If you're elected to the lower house, you get 3 years. If you're elected to the upper house, you get 6 years. So if the upper house is getting 45 grand, now again, I can't remember what the exact numbers are, but I'm pretty sure it was 45 to 90 grand. Maybe someone can correct me in the comments if I'm wrong about that. If lower house members are getting 90 grand for 3 years, and senators are getting 45 grand for 6 years, I wonder. That would be the exact same amount of money. That would be the exact same amount. You know what's incredible about this? If the bill came out, because again, this is not like their mad criticisms of it. This is just, again, corporate funded think tank bullshit from independents, quote unquote independents, that all seem to get their independent thinking from the same independent research institute, which is the Australia Institute, which is where all these boffins get all, bozos, not boffins, get all of their talking points from. If the bill stipulated that lower house members were getting $90,000 a year and upper house members were getting $90,000 a year, you know what they would say? They would turn around, because it's just corporate funded spin doctor bullshit. They would turn around and say, oh, lower house members get $90,000. They'd point it out. They'd say, but a 3-year term is for lower house members, while upper house members are there for 6 years. So the senators are getting $90,000 for 6 years, which totals to, I'm shit at maths, but, you know, like, whatever that is. I don't know, like, close to 500 grand or whatever. But the other ones, the lower house ones, they're only getting 240,000. If you think about it that way, they just flip it. They completely flip the argument on its head, because this is not an argument. This is not actually a genuine concern. This is just reasons that they can turn it down so they can justify to their extremely well-moneyed, annoying electorates the reason that they got rid of this donations reduction thing, when they run all the time on like, oh, we really care about donations, because the independents don't care about donations. By and large, the independents are extremely well funded and they want to keep getting these extremely big donations, and they need to come up with a reason for why they're not walking the walk of what they're talking about. And so you have these ridiculous reasons like this. Absolutely dumb. Caps on donations provide significantly better opportunity to donate to Liberal and Labor and Liberal, which each have 9 and 13 registered parties respectively, each of which a person can donate 20k in addition to as many individual candidates from those parties. Individuals can only get... All right, let's just read it out again, shall we? We've done this 1,000 times because you all have exactly the same stupid talking points. Let's go through it again, as somebody just summed up really well as a response to one of these comments. In practice, though, an independent will put that entire cap into one seat, while the majors will have to spread that across the whole state. I should write instead of that, which is a hell of a lot more than one seat. Sorry, I did misspell that response there. So I'm just writing that again. Over and over and over again, they have the same point, which again is just another one of these spin doctor points. It's not an actual criticism. The bill introduced nominated entities, which are external entities by which political parties can receive gifts without it being considered a political donation. In Victoria, this is where it is modelled off. There are two nominated entities in existence representing each of the major parties. An independent review found that they undermined the democratic process and recommended them to be scrapped in Victoria. My question is, when it says independent review, who was this independent review? I'd like to see this. This might be a good criticism. I don't know. It could be, but looking at the way that this is structured, this seems like another bullshit independent think tank talking point, seeing as all your others are independent think tank talking points that are definitely not your criticisms. These are all criticisms that are funded by big money. So I've never heard of that before, but I'm open to the idea that that is a legitimate criticism of the bill. But also on top of this, if I'm open to that, you should be open to just knowing that what you have said in the first two things makes no sense whatsoever. None. And on top of that, even if this was, is this really a reason to get rid of it? Is that really a reason to get rid of it? Is that really a reason to turn down putting caps on donations to parties in elections? Is that really like enough of a reason to override that? Is it? Be honest. Brad Hahn writes hat change. Yes, sir. Finally. Oh, I could finally take it up. Look at this. Look at what you did to your boy. Look at what you did to your boy with your $420 donation. That's going to smoke tomorrow. All right, I'm going to get on another one. Yeah! Go the Blues! Just in case you see it. There you go. Come on, Bluey! Hey, we got 18 out of 50 of the donations so far. Legends. Keep up the donations coming in. You guys are sick. We could get to the 50 goal. Wow. All right, anyway. These problems with the bill are very clear to the point where independent members suggested making amendments to reduce the harm to independents and minor parties. So isn't this interesting? Isn't this interesting? So basically what you're arguing for here, sorry, I'll just put this out here. Again, guys, just admit it. Already with the first point, if you thought about it for even a nanosecond, it is a huge advantage to the independents. Massive advantage to them. The second point is, the first point is just dumb, just completely fucking dumb. But the second one is of huge advantage to them. And what the independents and minor parties are saying is, give us more advantages, while sitting there and pretending that this gives the major parties massive advantages. Well, then why did the Liberals turn it down? Why did the Liberals turn it down if it gives them such a massive advantage? They're all just pretending like this, like that it gives, like, you know, whatever their opponent is a massive advantage. When if you look at it for a nanosecond and don't just regurgitate what the stupid, dumb talking points are of the Australia Institute, which is just designed to come up with a bunch of stupid talking points so you sit there and feel smart, like, you would see that this is complete bupkis. This is not true. This is not true at all. It is just reasons to regurgitate to their supporters so they feel justified in completely flipping the script that they have had for decades. All of these people are the exact people that would have just been like, you know, saying like, get money out of politics for years. And then as soon as you give them an opportunity to get money out of politics, they need another reason to feel morally superior. So they go like, oh, it's actually like favoring the major parties. And their own arguments, these are their own stupid, dumb arguments, show that it does not advantage the major parties. These are the things that they're putting forward. Let's see this. Jesus, yeah, okay. No comment. $5. Thank you very much. Keep them coming. Let's see if we can get to that 50 goal. 22 out of 50. Did you have a pot for a hat? No, well, it wasn't a pot for a hat, mate. And if you want me to put it up, well, we all know what needs to be done. I need to get hat change money. $50 for a hat change, $100 for the most base hat I own. Love your work, Geordie. Hate Queensland election result. Usually do a video on Outback Queensland councils. Happy to provide some crazy blatant fraud. It's every council, isn't it? Councils are exactly what people think government actually is, you know? Love your work. Oh, thank you, Sidey. Thank you for the 20. Blues beanie is just another form of contraceptive. Damn. Now there is a smart boy. Taylor, that was a good bar. Buy yourself a Big Mac meal. Jordan Coates. Thank you, Jordan. Just might. It's getting late. I think I'm going to have to treat myself at the end of this. Put in the effort. Sat there yelling at comments that were attacking me. So let's just move on to the next one. I know this is a somewhat minor point, but calling the Australian Labour the first workers' party on earth is wrong. I don't claim to know who the oldest is, but nearest I can see online is that Aussie Labour's oldest branch is 1891. And by that point, this Danish Social Democratic Party had existed for 20 years and had been in Parliament for 7. Yes. Yes. Now, I think that the actual claim is, and I could be wrong, and did I say that it was the oldest one? Probably. Now, I don't know, obviously. Maybe the Danish one is the Workers' Party that's been the oldest in the world. But I think that the reason that the Labour Party gets the title is because it's the oldest party that has been a political party continued throughout the whole time. So I'm guessing that means, and obviously I'm not an expert on Danish politics, but I'm guessing at some point the Danish Social Democratic Party must have been disbanded or changed, or there must have been some breakup in its history. I don't know. But that's usually what they get the title of, the longest continued workers' party in the world, which is something that we should be extremely proud of, by the way. $15. I had a ticket to your last show in Townsville, but couldn't make it because I got shit-faced, pissed in front of the police, and got barred from the city for a month. Queenslander! That's awesome. So proud of you. Damn, we're over halfway on our donation goal. We got to 26 out of 50. Hell yeah. This is a very high challenge wank. Thank you. Thank you for your 5. Thank you for your 15. Even though you already gave me 50 for that show that you didn't attend. It's a step in the right direction, but the federal cap should be much lower. Why? 90 million is about 596k per seat. That's over 3.2 million per marginal seat based on the last election. What? But there's a cap of 800k per seat. At 800k per marginal seat, the federal cap should be 22 million minus a consideration for costing and sharing between elections. Why? Why? Why does it matter if you're just running in per seat? Because the other thing is that you have to understand that running these party apparatuses costs money. Like, I get it, it's actually like a much better criticism than the other ones that have had. But again, is this a reason to block this? This is not. The reason that they are blocking it, the reason the independents and crossbench are blocking it is because they are extremely well funded, and 800k for their seat is chump change. They pump millions of dollars into it. And they're sitting there constantly just being like, we just need to have a contest of ideas. Yeah, well, put it to the test then. Put a cap on it. Put a cap on it, like I've been doing this whole time. Put a cap on it. Put a cap. If you just want to have a contest of ideas with the Liberals, who you're usually testing against, then put a cap on it. See what happens. Instead of giving campaign funding to incumbents, the AEC should reimburse the documented campaign expenses of any candidate up to a set limit of, say, 50k. Why? Why? You got to explain why. You might have a point. Corporate donations, including paying for access, should be banned entirely. Why? Why is everyone always of this opinion that it's just like, oh no, but like, you know, an eccentric billionaire like Clive Palmer or Simon Holmes Court, they should have just carte blanche to influence politics because they're individually wealthy. What? What the hell is this argument? Why should corporations not get it, and then like these millionaires and billionaires just get even more undue influence than they already have in the electoral system? Why? What's worse than a Liberal government? A port power, or a South Sydney premiership? Yeah, from a dragon sky. Very good. How much to wear the MAGA hat sideways like a 1990s Adam Sandler character? All right, how about this? LT Nice Kiwi, let's put it this way. If you give me $69, if someone gives me 69 bucks, I'll do it. 30 donations out of 50. We've got to set the next one higher. You mentioned Labor is fighting liberal old TV media and teal green TikTok media. What should Labor do to combat it? Do we give up on boomers, Gen Z, or just keep fighting harder? Look, I think that this is something that needs to be solved by people getting online, getting on TikTok, getting on Instagram, like you guys, and starting to create content that people resonate with that isn't just someone regurgitating Australia Institute talking points, regurgitating Climate 200 talking points because they just resonate better with Gen Z, but it's still just corporate funded bullshit. Like, somebody needs to stick up and just point out the basic points and facts about this, that these are multi-millionaire funded assholes that are running this shit. Like, that needs to be, that, like, you know, the Labor Party is not going to do it, and I don't know why. I don't know why. I think that generally it is because people that, you know, spend their entire lives getting rich, who'd have guessed, are very good at accruing capital. People that get into the public service are not. Which is what all, like, people that have, like, a legitimate want to improve the public do. They get into Labor because that actually is the actual government of this country. Always has been. So I think it's up to you guys. You're going to have to start doing, like, making content. Going to South Korea in Feb for a semester. Hell yeah, Charmin. $10, thank you very much. Is old mate who taught with you still there? Also, you got a tier list of Australian conservation groups. I'm sick of WWF ads. Look, I like Fame. I like Fame a lot. Fame is great. Fame for very little money brings species back to the brink. So I reckon they're the best. Going to South Korea in February for a semester. Yes, but are you going to Hanyang University? If you're going to Hanyang University, look for Mr. Maguire. That guy was a pimp. And you tell him that guy changed my life. He might be still there. I don't know. Probably. It's sick that you're going to South Korea, though, man. Honestly, you're going to have a great time. South Korea is awesome, especially with the lockdowns at the moment. 69 on 69 cents. One cooler guy. Say no more. You got it, buddy. You put in the cash. You get the product. That's how it works. You are not cool unless you pee your pants. Which, speaking of, I do need to have a little wee break, so I will be back in a second. There it is. That one. Well, I decided to make myself a tea as well. But I'm back with the sideways hat. Thank you so much, one cooler guy. I appreciate that. I just need to check. I think I needed to change something in the description. I just got text messages as well because I did, admittedly, just look at that very quickly. And let me just double check that. And then we will get on with the stream a little later. Let me just look at something for a second. Okay, so that is doing what it is supposed to be doing. Damn, are we going to get our 37 out of 50 target? Are we going to do that? That would be so good if we did. Yeah, okay, cool. Very good. Sing my river down the highway. Let's move on to this one. So, yes, in case you haven't noticed, we are reviewing all of the criticisms of Labor's donation reform bill because we just got like heaps of blowback with the same people regurgitating the same things over and over again. And why do they do that? Because the think tank has implanted in their heads the same 3 talking points that they all think they're geniuses for regurgitating, when really what they're doing is just basically just reviewing corporate propaganda. This time it's by the good old people at the Australian Institute. So let's just look at this. The man, okay, gave me the little sound. Yes, very good, very good. Thank you for that. Are we going to hit our 50? You guys are legends. If we hit our 50 donations, that's sick. Back in 2014, I would casually watch ABC3 overnight promos when the channel just closed down for the night. Just wondered if you all remember that or no. I remember. Remember with your New Zealand $5 though. You're getting the ABC over there. Got to go to New Zealand one day. It does look lovely, doesn't it? Apart from the various bikies. This is where we make our donations to the Labour Party, right? Yes, that's exactly the plan. Yes. Thank you, Sam. Thank you for your $8, Legion. All right, let's try and get to our goal of 50, but still. You are pathetic, Jordan. It's always incredible, isn't it? Like, the people that are the angriest can spell the least. It's like, oh, I wonder if somebody's been to jail or not, you know? You know they have exemption in their $100,000 memberships, and they get to exclude their media budget from their limits. Lying, deceiving Labour propaganda stooge. What are you talking about? What memberships? What the hell are you saying? You talking about affiliation fees? Is that what you're talking about? They get to exclude their media budget from the limits. What the hell are you talking about? If there is a cap on expenditure in each seat, that's what this is a cap on. That's what this is a cap on. It's a cap on campaigning. on campaigning. What is this excluding a media budget from the limits? Dude, what the fuck is this guy talking about? Like, I think it might just be that he's so illiterate that he might actually have a point, but he just can't really grasp it across. So I'm very dubious of it. But honestly, if anybody knows what that man is trying to say, do help me out with that. Because that's close to garbled nonsense. It just sounds like a bunch of random conspiracy theories with someone that spells my name with an E. Make weed legal in New South Wales, Dragon Lord. Okay. And they had the $5 is going to help out, but thank you. Dude, we're going to get it. We're going to get to our 50. We're going to get to the 50. Let's see that little finger, you stooge. No, at the 50, but we're getting close, Mr. Gilbert. We are getting close. Stooge! Thank you very much for your $8 donation. Very much appreciate it. I'd argue it's easier to make a local council vid than do anything state-fed. Do I just really want to see you do one on my council because I've seen the crazy shit? Maybe. $10. Look, I do think that as well. And the reason why is because everybody always wants to go after like, oh, corrupt politicians. I hate corrupt politicians. But really when it comes down to it, look, New South Wales was very specific circumstances under the last government. People just like to have their biases affirmed that every politician is out to get them and like all this bullshit and they're only in it for themselves. So, the reason that local council elections do well is that you can actually prove it. But again, like a lot of these opportunists online just show over and over again, you can just accuse people of being corrupt and you're going to do well. So you don't even need to do that. Like I could just sit there and say like, Anthony Albanese's corrupt, and I bet you I'd get like 800,000 views and don't have to provide any evidence, You may be a filthy New South Welshman, or as we refer to you up here, a Mexican. Ah, yes. You're from the pineapple producer state, aren't you? Very good. But you're my only hope against Bros too. I mean, Christopherly. Thank you very much, Lamau. Thank you for the $5. We're going to get there. We're going to get to the rude finger. We're so close. Thank you so much for it. Yes, I will be keeping you up to date with Christopherly. I really will. Release your Labour pronunciation as a ringtone. That's so good. Yeah, thank you. I will be doing that. Thank you so much, Lukowski. Lieutenant Nice Kiwi. Sorry. Lieutenant Nice Kiwi, thank you so much for it. Shouldn't have eaten all those chips in the break. That's sick. I will be doing that. Labour. Or as one of those, like, this is a schmozzle, wherever it is. TikTok Inspector thinks $5. We are one away. Are we going to get to it? Are we going to reach our goal? Is somebody going to give an extra donation that is going to put us over the edge? And we will get 50 donations in an hour. Yes! Yes! Father! All right, there we go. 50 donations in an hour. You earned it, boys. One. Count them. One root finger. All to my haters. Which, in this context, seems to be the people that are giving me money to keep my channel going. Up yours, everybody. Thank you. You guys are kings. All of you. Everybody that donated to that. Again, I just need to point this out. None of that money goes to me. It goes to the cause. It goes to keeping this going. So we do that. Thank you very much. Middle finger up at everybody again. You've earned it. You have earned it. That is sick. I will give you a middle finger. Look at that. 50 teal super chats. How fitting. How fitting that there's super chats for that. Look, let's start another goal, shall we? I'll stay on for another hour. Let's make the goal. How many this time? All right, 50 chats. We'll do 50 super chats in. Let's make the challenge harder this time. 45 minutes. Clock is ticking. Yeah, can we get it done in 45 minutes? And if you do that, I will give you all 2 middle fingers. That's very naughty, isn't it? Yes, it is. You get 2 middle fingers if you give the money now. All right, there we go. There's a new goal. and there's a $10, I'd argue it's easier to make the local council video. Oh, yeah, no, thank you, Google. Yes, that was very true. Now, let's move to the next one. Yeah, Labour Shield. You Labour Shield. Let's move on to the next one. How else are minor parties meant to survive? Though, ban all political donations for the too big, though. There you go. There you go, right there. I mean, this guy's just given away the game, hasn't he? How else are minor parties meant to survive unless they get donations? Unfair donations, mind you. That's the only reason. So while they're sitting there and saying, like, this is a stitch up from the major parties, how is this a stitch up? Because it's actually like it leveling out the donation field massively, and then we wouldn't be getting voted back into the crossbench, because then we wouldn't be able to get huge amounts of money from a very small pool of donors to do those very small pool of donors bidding and hold the entire nation's interests hijacked to those very wealthy, small individuals groups. This is the other thing that's so, like, and he's saying it right there. He's just admitted it. There you go. How else are the minor parties meant to survive, though ban political donations for the big two? This is really, like, you take away all of the bullshit spin that is going around this. This is exactly what that donations foo for all was all about. He's just admitted it. He's admitted it. So it's about making the electoral system extremely unfair to the two parties, which, again, not a fan of the Liberals. I think I've made that abundantly clear. But at least they represent something other than the narcissism of a few eccentric billionaires that are so self-absorbed that they think that their view of the world should be held at ransom for the entire country. And naming names, Simon Holmes à Court, who funds Climate 200, and I'm absolutely certain that he funds the Australia Institute. And if they don't, why don't you ever release your funding? Why don't you ever release your funding? You got your 10 million from the Murdoch family, and then you stopped releasing it. What are you getting paid for? You know? What's going on there? So there you go. That's them talking about it, right? So the Liberal Party, I genuinely do think, represents a material outcome for the world. It's a bad material outcome, but they're representing a material outcome for big business and small businesses, essentially, even though when Labor's in power, it's better for small businesses, but they think that it's better for them, right? So it's actually like changing the world, right? So the two engines that change this world, you should ban donations from them. And then you should just give it to these shitheads that wouldn't have the faintest clue, no vision for the country whatsoever. Just their vision over and over again is to say everything's shit unless I'm in minority government. Everything always sucks. And unless I can attach my name to an amendment on a bill and be like, it was shit until I put my amendment on it for personal fucking advertising reasons, then it's good. You know, that no actual vision for this country. None. Point it to me. Point it to me. What is the grand vision of any of these independents? Where do they want to take this country? Can you name anything apart from fucking complaining? Can you name anything? No, of course not. Because they're just there to serve a few wealthy donors. Sorry, Geordies, your whole argument is disingenuous. The whole thing. The fact that in a single electorate, a major party can get advertising budget at least twice as much as an independent. Okay, I'd be dying to know how. Party budget for the candidate and party budget for the party not naming the candidate. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, again, guys, if anyone has any idea what these people are talking about when they get their 11 likes, when they're saying this, they're really not saying anything, are they? Look, party budget for the candidate and party budget for party not naming the candidate. Little out. Geordie's thoughts on the New South Wales EPA. Like all government departments under the last. Thank you for that. And we're already up to 6 donations already, so thank you so much. We could actually hit the 50 for this, and then you get 2 middle fingers. Also, I'd really like it if somebody donated $50 so I could change hats. Love the work, bro. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. It's better to die for the Emperor than to live for yourself. Dreadnought. Hell yeah, it is. Hell yeah. Very true, Warhammer. Does anyone know what this guy's talking about here? Party budget for the candidate and party budget for the part not naming the candidate. Oh, okay. This is that dumb fucking... Okay, this is what they're talking about with this whole media thing, right? They're saying, this is the stupid fucking argument. Again, another independent argument. Funded by big business and shit. They're just saying that, like, oh, media budget is excluded in the sense that if you name a candidate in your advertising, then you are subjected to the cap. But if you just say like vote Labor or vote Liberal or vote One Nation or vote Green, that is accepted from the cap, which again would benefit these extremely well-funded independents that blocked it. It would benefit them massively. It would benefit the Liberals massively if it wasn't passed. Again, guys, you need to understand that your whole stupid argument of, oh, Labor and Liberal are doing a stitch-up together is completely disproven by the fact that the Liberals turned the bill down. So you're the ones that are in a stitch-up with the Liberals. And what does that suggest? It suggests that generally the independents and the Liberals are extremely well-funded, and the independents just say that they're against donations because it benefits their brand to pretend they are. But really, they are shit light. They are the shit light party, is all the independents. They are just lib lights. You know, everyone always says like Labor is just liberal light. And then like, who are you voting for? An independent, which usually was somebody that was part of the Liberal Party and was kicked out. You know, like, it's so dumb on so many levels. And it's like, yeah, okay, if that's excluded and the independent can just put their candidate on there, guess what? They can do that third party bullshit and then just run it on a different brand as well. Like, this does not stop them from doing that. Okay, so they don't get to put their branded candidate on themselves and their whole brand is themselves. Yeah, okay. Is that enough of a reason to block this? If you really care about money influencing politics, is that anywhere near enough of a reason? The answer is no. The answer is no. Because what is the alternative at the moment now? Now what you've done is you've permanently killed a bill. This is never going to get passed, by the way. Never now. Because the Liberals have thumbed their nose on it because they've just realised, no, I'm actually much more comfortable getting 5 times the amount of donations in most elections that the Labor Party gets, while everyone sits there and says, Labor and Liberal are funded by evil corporations. When the Labor Party, even with all the unions in the country giving money to it, still gets about a fifth of the money that the Liberal Party gets in every election cycle. Sometimes it gets about the same. Sometimes it gets a little bit more. Usually it's 5-1. Sometimes the Liberal Party gets 10-1. This is the disparity here. So obviously, they don't want caps on donations. These arsehole independents don't want caps on donations because they enjoy having multi-million-dollar budgets for their donations, and they just sit there and they switch the language around so that it hits you kind of people that like to get off on feeling like really superior for like, you know, just like being very concerned for the little man and things like that, while siding with these clearly funded by extremely wealthy people entities. And you're looking out for the little man, are you? You're looking out for the little man. Independents are often Liberal Party affiliated. This is something that Adrian's pointed out for $10. Thank you. But they pretend to be independent because the Liberal Party brand is too toxic to be associated with. There we go. And they're absolutely right. They're absolutely spot on right. I mean, what are the Teals? They're just disaffected Liberals. They're disaffected Liberals. They're completely against wages. David Pocock tried to water down the massive wage reform that really saved us from the cost of living crisis and kept the economy afloat. And it's because, dude, these they don't care about you. Do you understand? You're just falling for their shitty propaganda. Or they're coming up with these like little nitpick holes where it's like, yeah, dude, you can nitpick any bill ever. The only reason that you're nitpicking this bill is because there is a bunch of moneyed interest behind nitpicking this bill. This bill was overall an extremely good thing. Capping donations, the reason why, honestly, again, I've said this 1,000 times before, I don't even think that the big issue is like donations to parties. I really don't think it's that big of a fucking deal. I think the big one is that these big lobbies can pump way more money than they pump into parties, way more money externally because it's way more effective. You can pump hundreds of millions of dollars into the election to convince people to vote against a party that is doing something that is not in that lobby's interest. That's the big thing. And guess what? You can't legislate against that, ever. Okay? This is how stacked the deck is. But they never talk about this because, you know, a lot of the time, these, like the independents and shit like that would benefit greatly in that scenario. Like where you're just pounding the shit out of the Labor vote, that's going to go off to them. So they don't give a they don't care about like, you know, that dark money aspect of it. No one ever talks about the dark money aspect of it. They talk about donations going to parties because it benefits them to talk about it until it doesn't benefit them, you see? And then they just completely flip the script. But Adrian is absolutely right about this when he says that independents are often Liberal Party affiliated, but they pretend to be independent because the Liberal Party brand is too toxic to be associated with. There you go. And I'll add to Adrian's point, a lot of the time that they are not part of the Liberal Party brand is because they're too incompetent to be part of the Liberal Party brand. And it's just better for them anyway to sit there and be like, yeah, I don't take orders from anyone, except my extremely well-funded donors that are usually just a handful of assholes in Kathmandu jackets. Sorry. The fact that the ALP and the LNP have an 8 to 10 version of themselves means that they have 8 to 10 times the budget and can take... Yeah, see, again, the same stupid argument. The same dumb... You know what I'm saying? Like, you just go insane when you're seeing this because you just see the same talking points over and over again. And because there's more people than just me shouting these talking points, everybody thinks that this is just like a valid criticism, and all it is just an echo chamber of them just having like 20 or 30 cunts on their payroll in newspapers and like traditional and new media just regurgitating their same crap. That's why they think that this is like a legitimate point. It's just like, you're being very disingenuous not talking about this point, even though we did talk about that exact point in the video. The reason that we stopped talking about that point is because it's so utterly moronic that we thought, like, this only needs a gloss over. Like, surely no one is stupid enough to fall for this. And yet here we are, over and over again. Same idiots, over and over and over again, falling for the same dumb point. New Zealand $2022. New hat, bro. No, Lieutenant Nice Kiwi. Oh, no, actually, okay, you have given me a lot of money tonight, Lieutenant Nice Kiwi, so I will. Now, remember, we're $14 into our $50 donations, and so if we get another 50, we will continue. So, give me the 50 in that 45 minutes, and I'll give you 2 rude fingers, and I will change hats. Thank you so much for it, Lieutenant Nice Kiwi. I've got so many beer beanies. I never realized it. Look at that. Get another one. Then add the fact that the membership is not covered in the limits and the legislation. Yeah, okay. It's a polished turd. Yes, this caps on donations to parties. Look, sorry, I'll finish my point that I was going on about that. Look, the reason that it was very important that that bill passed is because what is happening to the Australian electoral place that is happening, which I do think is a bad thing, right? This is the bad aspect of it. I don't think it's anywhere near as bad as dark money. I need to keep saying that over and over again. And the only reason you don't hear about it is because these same people that fund the independents and fund the Liberal Party fund all of these dark money campaigns. So they're never going to talk about it. But the reason that it's bad, why some donation reform was a good idea and was, again, blocked completely in cahoots with the independents, the crossbench, and the Liberals. You know, the good guys that always seem to vote against wages and seem to vote against environmental protections. These are the good guys. The reason that it was very important that that bill passed is because, as we can see in the elections that have been happening recently, Clive Palmer can just flood the electorate with $100 million. Now, obviously, because Clive Palmer is such an idiot and so narcissistic that he needs to put his face to his party. But if someone was a little bit smarter, like Simon Holmes Accordius, who's also just a selfish piece of crap. He just likes the idea of the planet existing. He's just a little bit less of a dick than Clive Palmer. That's it. But he's a little bit smarter and doesn't put his name to the party, so it's very easy to pick apart, right? More and more of these moneyed interests will pick up on this little cheat code that you can just get a crossbench filled with your self-interested people on there, and that is way better at crippling the government than having just like the Liberal Party in power doing what you want. It's better to just, if you can't have the Liberal Party doing what you want because they've damaged their brand so much from all the looting that they did over the last decade, what you should do then is cripple the Labor Party by crippling them with a minority government. That's the next best thing to do, right? But anyway, What is happening to the electoral system is you are seeing in every election cycle exactly what's happening with the American one. I can't remember, it might have just been in the Obama years. I think that was the first billion-dollar election. What was the most recent election? Wasn't all up. And again, this doesn't include the dark money that went into this election, but it was something like $16 billion. 16 billion, I think it was. Someone could get the numbers for it. But in just a few election cycles, it's already gone up to that. And why is that bad? It's not bad for the reason that you think it is in terms of like, oh, they need influence and it's like corrupting them. Again, I think that politicians don't do it because of the dark money stuff, like getting primaried out, like the stick hitting them if they don't, which again, you can't legislate against. Why donations are bad is because, I don't know why this chat just died on me. Oh, well, that's the end of that chat. I'm just going to have to look at it on a YouTube. But the reason that that's bad is because the more money you have to accumulate as an MP, the more time you are not spending on legislation. The more time you have to spend pandering to donors to get elected. It's not that like, what are you going to do a favor for me? Although like, obviously, as the independents prove over and over again, yeah, they're doing that. The other reason that it's really bad though, is because, dude, sorry, I'm just trying to get up the chat. The other reason that it's really bad is because like the more time that they are spending out at donations, out at fundraisers, like asking for donors, the more time they are not spending on policy. The more time they are not spending on the direction of the country. That's why it was important to have a cap. That's completely gone now. And you think you're a genius because you're spouting Australia Institute talking points and thinking that you're moral for that. You think you're moral for banning that, stopping that from happening. The country is going to be in a far worse place because that was blocked. Far worse. Anyway, here we go. Domino's Woy just gave me $159 to say put 2 hats on. All right, I'm doing it. Hang on, Blake Hutchinson. When are you going to do your go live, SEAM seminars for Jordan Shanks? Need my Tony Robbins lip off ride. Also, new hat boy. Jesus, does that mean I'm going to have to put on 3 hats? Is Friendly Geordie's going to have to put on 3 hats? I think Friendly Geordie's is going to have to put on 3 hats. Now, we're almost halfway at our target of 50, by the way, so make sure that you keep the donations going. I'm putting on my 3 hats. $8. Will you pander to us if we give you donations? Well, obviously. Yeah, I'm doing it right now. Yay! Triple hat! What do you think about that? Yes, they provide some really great reforms, but buried in there is some stipulations that entrench the 2-party system and the limit. See, again, it's just complete. This is buzzwords that he is regurgitating. Thinks he's a genius for doing it. Bah, this is not my thoughts. This is some corporate entity. I'm a genius because I see through it. The party that is primarily not funded by corporate entities, they're in the cahoots with the party that is primarily funded by corporate entities. Even though they're in cahoots with the independents that are funded primarily by a bunch of millionaire entities. But the 2 majors are the same. And then out of all of it, just to sound nuanced, he just goes like, yeah, there's some really great reforms in it. I'm not going to mention any of those for a second. You notice how like we talk about the video for 12 minutes and none of them can even mention anything that we've said in it. Like they just move the goalposts, right? This is the way that all of these people argue every time. You bring up a bunch of points, They don't address any of those points. Look at me. I'm going through, when I address these things, it always takes me like 6 hours. It's like when Swollen Pickles tried to argue, and then it was just like, all he does is if he doesn't have an argument to something, he just pretends that that argument didn't exist, and then he just takes me out of context and lies, and that's the rest of his arguments, right? But with these people, with this video, right, we addressed a bunch of points that have been pushed around constantly, and they don't have an argument to it, so they just pretend that argument doesn't exist. And then they say, disingenuous. Here's some other pieces that, even though in this instance we did address most of them anyway, here's some other pieces you didn't address because I wasn't listening. You didn't address them in a way that was personally stimulating to me with my screwed up Gen Z, TikTok brained, adult brain. You are disingenuous. You know, a 25 out of 50. We're halfway there. 26 out of 50. We're going to get there, guys. We're going to make it. Gina's rolling in it. $5. Thank you very much. 10. Do top 10 cutest dogs revised edition. Oh, look, it's a Liz RD. Thank you. Well, we have you looking like Willy Wonka back by the end. We'll have you looking like Willy Wonka by the ad. Add one more hat. The people want hats. Look, if you want me to add another hat, you need to give me another $100. That's when we get to 4 hats. But then, okay, thank you. Yeah, see, okay, see, it's obviously another talking point. The whole it worked in Victoria, and the federal branches of the major parties are hoping it works on a national level. I need to see the facts on that because, look, I have not seen that talking point yet, but they are all saying the same thing, which means it is a talking point, which means look at how disingenuous the rest of their talking points are. There is no way that that is anywhere near close to reality. So I'm going to give them, so far, out of all of this, one tentative point that they might have. But again, I bet you somebody out there could look it up in a second, tell me about it, and then they could just completely blow it out of the water. So really, like, they've got zero for donuts. This is all justifications for moneyed interests in the independents not wanting to give away their big donations while continuing to keep that little halo effect they have around them heads of like, we want to get money out of politics. We really want to get money out of politics. Well, their whole argument is, unless you give me extremely big advantages against major parties, then I'm not passing it. It's unfair. Unless I get... Like, guys, come on. You can so tell that this is just a bunch of eastern suburbs princesses, can't you? It's just like, I've never faced any adversity in my life and everything has gone my way. And so when there actually is a level playing field, I don't think that is a level playing field. I need it to be like unfair advantages for me to be like slightly even remotely satisfied with it. I need to have huge unfair advantages on my end. Otherwise, it's not fair. And then this guy just like, I'm for the people. I stand up with Allegra Spender. Damn, we could get there. We could get to our next goal. We're at 30. I think we're at 30. No, 28. Whatever, we're close. 29 out of 50. Let's get to the goal. Let's get to the goal. Let's make a new super chat, lad. Can we have a Muslim dads first, Christian dads too? Look, I would love to, but no. It's just like, it wasn't a successful video. Although a lot of people do come up to me over and over again and say, that was my favorite video you've ever done. So maybe. A worldwide trend for vested interest now is to empower independent and small parties. Dopefish writes this, $10. A worldwide trend from vested interest now is to empower independents and small parties to induce democratic paralysis. This is because they're running out of ways to get their preferred parties in. Dude, we got to do a video on that. We have got to do a video on that. Dopefish, send me the info for that. That's incredible. Like, that's... I need to start thinking about that. That is such a good way of presenting this. There's two things that I really need to start doing. The first one is I need to give you, because, you know, the New Zealand has their version of the Libs in, and it's a shit show there. Like, their cost of living crisis is way, way worse than ours because they did what the Liberals would do, which is nothing, and just let people starve. That's one thing that I need to start doing. The other one I need to point out, that would be great if we could, because this is the new trend. It so is. It's just like, look, moneyed interests are finding it harder and harder to get their preferred party in. So it's much easier to just create democratic paralysis by putting in all of these little vested interests so that the other party that is funded by workers can't get through its agenda. And you look at this seating, right? Like, what happened? The EPA was trashed, disgraceful. That might be the worst decision of this parliament. And it was purely from moneyed interest. It was purely from mining. It was purely because of the independents. One of them was former Labor, but guess what? if they were in the Labor Party, it would have passed. It's because they're an independent that they were influenced by mining. So your whole stupid idea of just like, oh, if the independents aren't influenced by big money, that's all they have. That's all that is influencing them. Unions stick with the party of unions. And so what they want is a second round of this. They're saying, like, we need a hung parliament. We need that to happen again in the House of Representatives to create even more democratic paralysis. That's such a good way of putting it. We really need to point out that globally this is the trend. All right, we're on 32 donations. Thank you so much for it. That's great. Yes, thank you, thank you. Oh, Jason Dent gave me $20 and wished me good night. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. And got me to 33. Let's see if we can get to 50. Can we get to 50 in 45 minutes? Didn't answer my question. Live self-help Jordan Shanks seminars when? Oh, next year, Blake. Sorry. Next year. Next year I'm coming back with Timo Tony Robbins. I think you failed to address the critics of this reform, even though we address a bunch of their points that none of them are putting up. And so they do that same thing of just shifting the goalposts. Here's a bunch of other hypotheticals and other points because, like, when in the week and a half that it takes you to produce that video, they've come up with some other talking points that you haven't addressed in that point. I've realized that this is a much better way to address these things as opposed to what I did before when I spent a month going through all of the talking points of what the Greens had for the HAF and dispelling that in an hour-long video. Like, you could spend a month doing it, or you could just come on here and just trash their comments in real time. It definitely favors the two major parties unfairly. Why? Why? Beyond just the fact that they get more votes. I noted another comment asking how new parties simply cannot acquire funding as they have yet to participate in the election cycle. We've already gone through that point, but just a quick stipulation. What the hell are you talking about? Why should any random freak that says, I'm starting a party, I'm running for independent, like some guy just dressed like this, give me public funding. I should have equal public funding to the Workers' Party. I should have equal public funding to the Liberal Party. What the hell are you talking about? Why should this freak get the same as that has proven to have zero communal support? Why should they get any money? You're just spouting things because think tanks told you to spout these things. Let me keep going. Poor but want to fund hat charity. Thank you, Billy. It's very nice of you. 36 out of 50. Can we get there? Can we get this bit to the hat charity? Can we get to the 50? The big 5-0? Except the ETU going to the Greens. MPU, thank you for that $2.86. They'll be back. They're always back. They've had that tantrum before. Thank you so much for all of that. All right, I think that's the end of that. Hang on. It seriously inhibits the ability for any party or independent to enter the scene. I hope you have an answer for this. Oh, actually, this person wasn't that mean. I shouldn't have been that mean to that person. But yes, look, I do have an answer for that. I just put that in there. Why should anyone that has no communal support and demonstrated they have no communal support have access to public funding? Why? Bit of a controversial party, but which major city has the best weather? Damn. Look, I'm going to have to say, because I've gone to all of them, it's either, because I haven't been to Adelaide the whole time, but it's either Adelaide or Sydney. It's got to be one of those two. Sydney is a quite mild climate. Winters are annoying because, but yes, we need hats, Ashhammer. Yes, we do. Well, someone has to give me $50. Someone gets me $50 and I put the hat change on. If you want me to put on a fourth hat, that's $100. Now, just to show you how stupid all these people are that have just been whinging about the donation reform. Now that I've gone through all of those comments, Jesus, that took a lot longer than I thought it would. Let's go through. Let's go through an article and see if they're just regurgitating the same bullshit. And we'll go with crikey, donations reform. Bernard Keane. Yeah, old testicle head. Old testicle head. Where is he? Look at this shit. Look at them all. Look, he's done it over and over again. I read one the other day. He's read so many, but I want to show you the one that, because he's given away the game. Crikey, Bernard King truck, maybe? Yeah. How to drive a truck through Labor Liberal financial stitch up. See, look at this. Already, let's just go through this again. In his article, this is how much of a hack Bernard Keane is. I hate this man with a passion. He is the worst human being imaginable. He runs for Crikey, which is just a complete opportunistic cash grab, funded by a bunch of people that used to work for Fairfax that figured out that they could like scam the company into like setting up this shit for overvaluing what was a blog for millions and millions of dollars. They are completely funded by like, it's just a bunch of like losers. Again, it's like the independence of journalism. It's just losers that weren't good enough for the big leagues at the Sydney Morning Herald or the Murdoch Press that went here and then pretend like they're any different to them, when all they do is just write more snarky, annoying things behind a paywall and sit there pandering to these kind of like, I'm an independent thinker losers that are on their 200 grand a year, siphoning out the views that they want. And Bernard Keane was the same swollen testicle head that was sitting there saying that Labor coming up with this new manufacturing, you know, the future for Australia, where they're trying to bring back big blue collar jobs, you know, make Australia make things again. This is absolutely vital. We've already done a video on it. I'm too tired to go through why it's so important again, but it is huge reform. It's exactly like this asshole is exactly that same piece of shit that they always just sit there and say, neoliberal, 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 everything's neoliberal. Doesn't really mean anything. Then when you come across something that is like, could absolutely, under no circumstances, you couldn't stretch that overused word to mean neoliberal when you're talking about manufacturing things in your own country. In what universe would that be? As soon as that, they switch to their next buzzword. It's sexist, because they just always move the goalpost. Whinge merchants. That's my entire point of this. They're whinge merchants. That's it. That's all they sell. Whining to losers who like to feel morally superior for getting it. So they just invent things for them to be angry at. What a sad life. I don't know anything about his personal life, but I would bet you that he's a fucking multiple divorcee with a big alcohol problem. Any money you like. 45 out of 50. We're almost getting there. We are almost getting there. We will almost reach our 50 donations in 45 minutes. That's Shanxi. So hot right now. Thank you. Thank you. Neoliberal. Yep, thank you. Very good. So anyway, let's just go through it. The government has left a hole in its new donation laws that will perpetuate political donors by buying access to politicians. Ooh, I wonder how he's going to say anything different. But look, again, the fact that they're saying finance stitch up there. This is a stitch up. Stitch up. Go look at every article that is on this. They all use the word stitch up. Why? Because Australia Institute used it. This is their brain for all of them. And so they just regurgitate the same talking points to legitimize those talking points. It's a choir. There is no reality to what is being said. It's just a lot of people are saying it, creating a social proof that everyone sits there and says, oh, multiple people are saying it, therefore it's true. What they don't understand is all of these assholes are getting funded by pretty much the same interest class of people. The same interest class of people. And so they're all just, because as soon as there is comprehensive donation reform that is put to the parliament, they need to come up with another reason for why they're morally superior to keep people voting for them while they are funded by heavily moneyed interests. Let's go through it. The government has left a significant hole in the new campaign finance laws that will enable political donors to avoid caps on donations and disclosure of them, and sheds lights on why the coalition otherwise inexplicably waved through laws that exempted trade union affiliation fees that only benefit Labor. Go on. One of the few good things about Labor's bill is that he's just such an idiot. Like, he's just so crap. Such an asshole. You're talking about the most comprehensive reform in 40 years. One of the few good things. They just, imagine being one of these people. Like, nothing. Just everything. Like, how do I shit on good things today? How do I do that to keep my crap little paycheck? It's like, dude, can you go do something useful with your life? Can you go work on a construction site or something? Anyway. Damn, we're almost at our 49. Can we get there? Can we get to the big 50? Are we going to get to the big 50? Am I going to give everyone 2 rude feet? There we go. We got there. We got there. God, this is annoying with the 3 hats. But you earned it. You earned the 2 fingers. We got 50 donations, baby. Oh my God, I'm so happy about that. Good work. I'm so happy with everybody that donated then. Guys, I think that you actually are doing a lot of stuff. Now, obviously, I would very much prefer it if you all signed up to Patreon. That'd be great if I got an extra 1,000 patrons. That would really help out the channel massively. But this is a very good start, I've got to say. Look at this. Everybody's doing it. Now, let me start another goal. All right, okay. All right, let's see if we can get to 50 super chats in 30 minutes this time. Because we are getting close. Dude, I'm not going to have time to do the Gina Rinehart thing. I got to stop at some point. I can't just keep doing this. But I do appreciate it. I got to say. I really appreciate it a lot. Good for you. Good for everybody here. Good for everybody here. All right. Well, and also, yeah, we've got quite a high watch rate for something that's been going for this long, haven't we? Quite a high watch rate indeed. Sorry, I do need to just take a pause for a second. I've just been talking for a long time. All right. Let's see. One of the few good things about Labor's bill is that it brings an end to one of the great lurks of our existing donation disclosure process, the distinction between money that is donated to money and given to a political party in exchange for access to politicians. If you look at the annual returns of political parties, the actual amount of donations is relatively small. Hang on, shit. If we get that next donation, what should I do? If we get the next 50 in the next 30 minutes, if we get 50 donations in the next 30 minutes, I will do something that won't get me demonetized. I'll smack myself with this book. Like, I'll do it hard. There we go. All right. Let's keep going. Oh my God. Damn, this is turning into a long one. Let's see. How long have I been streaming for at this point? 3 hours. Jesus. Okay, well, I'm going to stop at 4. That's because a lot of political fundraising isn't soliciting for donations, but selling access to decision makers, which is far more problematic from a democratic point of view. And currently, money used to purchase a spot at a table at a fundraiser isn't disclosed by the donor, only by the party, and only if it's above a current disclosure threshold, now nearly $17,000. Over the past decade, both sides of politics have systemized such donations by offering both sides of politics. So dumb the way that they put everything, isn't it? It's just like, yes, of course, no independent or minor party has any vested interest at all. It's only the two majors that do this. That's it. You know? How stupid are these people? Seriously. And it's again, because they're just feeding it to these people that are just like, I'm very special and unique. And they never really point out that, like, none of these minor parties and independents all have, like, completely different, like, masters that they're serving. It's always just like, the I don't have a team. That's what it is. It's all those people that are just like, I'm not biased and I don't have a team. Who do you support? An independent. You have a team then, dude. So that's why they just always just put it in this stupid thing of like the two-party system. That's all that's in Parliament. Even though like a huge significant chunk of this government that has been trying to pass all of these very significant things like donation reform, like an environmental protection agency, like a bunch of housing stuff that has just been completely blocked by the crossbench. And they wanted to do it to wages too. They wanted to block wages. Terrible people. Sorry, I'll put it back to this. Over the past decade, and must be disclosed if capped. So, tick for Special Minister Don Farrell for ending that silly loophole. So, this is the only good thing, according to Jerkface here. Look at him. Sorry, I got to show you a picture of Bernard Keane. Like, what a sad post-menopausal loser of a man you are. Don't you think? If men could ever have menopause, he's just clearly just a pathetic human being, just such a worm. Like, he was the guy that Crikey was like, oh my God, we're getting sued by Lachlan Murdoch because we said dumb bullshit about him, you know, like, and you know, like, he pretended like he was really brave and saying, oh, I would never retract it. I will always fight. But dude, they took the article down as soon as they got the legal threat, and then they took it up when they realized they could monetize it and they could get a huge pity party for themselves. While they were sitting there and accusing me of doing exactly the same thing while I was getting sued from John Barilaro, by the way. By the way, this is exactly it. But you can prove in their actions that they do it. These are terrible, shitty people. And it's always that. Like, the people that like independents and Greens, they are shitty lowlives like this person. Like, they always just have to keep up the appearance of being a good person because unlike the vast majority of Labour voters, which are public servants, it's usually like firefighters and nurses and stuff. They don't actually do anything of a societal benefit. So they have to just keep convincing themselves that what they do is of a societal benefit. When what does this guy do? He just regurgitates propaganda for a living. Like lame propaganda from a certain class of millionaires. That's what he does with his life. So he has to just constantly be in this like, no, I'm morally superior. I'm morally superior. All right, let's see if we can get to the next target. We've got 6 out of 50 donations. Let's keep it coming. Let's see if we can do it. Play the Gina tape, you cubbed. Look, it's just... Okay, look. I will show you a little bit of that. I will show you a little bit of it. But sorry, this took like way longer than I thought. When are you showing us that secret video which landed in your lap? I'm praying it's a video of you playing 40k with your brothers. Look, I did promise it. I will do it. I can't go through all of it because it's an hour. So we might have to do a part 2 of this. I might just do another live stream at some point. Maybe just before the end of Christmas or something, and we'll go through all of it together. But this just took way longer because, again, like dispelling these arguments needs to be done. I'm sorry. Yeah, but again, none of it. He doesn't talk about the main point of it, which is that it's supposed to be capping these elections, which stops this runaway model like you have in the US. That was the main good thing about it. If you were going to say one good thing. And then he just picks that to just be like, I'm very nuanced and very smart. And I was like, shut up, dude. And there was like a bunch of those things that you could have picked and said, oh, one of the very few good things. But he just picks that one because he's a dick. But already, that's a third of the article. Let's see what else. So tick for Special Minister of State Don Farrell for ending that silly loophole, except in order to exempt trade union affiliation fees from the new caps on donations. The government has explicitly excluded membership and affiliation fees for both party branches and associated entities. New Section 2A blah 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 of the Act will define gifts as currently drafted, excludes membership and affiliation fees for parties and their associated entities unless they are then handed to the federal branch or party for the use of campaign spending. There we go. There we go. Right there. See, this is because they're so removed from like ever having to lift a finger in their life because they don't have blue collar jobs. This is why that same piece of shit was saying that manufacturing jobs. What are manufacturing jobs? It is well-paid, blue-collar work. Not only that, it's well-paid blue-collar work that is supposed to make us an energy superpower for the future. That's what the whole future in Australia is about. It's about manufacturing batteries and renewables and fuels, renewable fuels like hydrogen in Australia for export, which means that you need to have an extremely skilled blue-collar class. Better than that, you need to have it unionized. It has all of these massive benefits, and then he sits there and goes, but most most factory workers are male, so it's sexist. You know, because he's a piece of crap. He is such a low-life asshole. Like, he wants to shit on something that is going to raise the standard of living for the working class. This is the type of person that you're getting your little, like, I'm a good person from. This is what you're getting it from. This truly terrible human beings. Real scum of the earth stuff. And so, yeah, when it comes to this, what they're talking about there, when it's just like, he's excluded affiliation fees. If the unions aren't affiliated to the Labor Party, then the Labor Party becomes like the rest of these cocksuckers. Do you understand that? Like, the only thing that is separating the Labor Party from the rest of these, we'll go through it again, it's as Marxist as you can get, so you'll really like it, crossbench voters. But really, the only thing that's separating them is there's only two ways to get voted in, Capital or Labor, right? Like, you either suck up to a few people that have very, very deep pockets, or you have to suck up to 1 million people with shallow pockets. That's what unions do. It is just getting all these workers to just put in a few pennies together so they can get a government elected that represents them. That's one way of getting elected. The other way of getting elected is what the independents do, is what the minor parties do, is what the Liberal Party does, which is suck up to a few big fish. That's it. And so if you separate unions from the Labor Party, what do? They have to turn into the Democrats in the United States. This same exact thing happened in the United States. In the 50s, there was a bunch of Democrats that were highly associated with unions. Over time, they put in a bunch of union-busting laws that means that Democrats still have to get elected. And again, I'm not, like, this is my nuance point, but, like, yeah, okay. If anything, honestly, the Teals and the Independents and the Greens are like the Democrats in the United States. Like, yes, they're not as bad as the Republican Party, right? And I don't like shitting on the Democrats because they're playing in a field that is just way more unfair than this one, and they're trying to do as good as what they can in that field. I get that. But the reason the Democrats are by far way, way worse than the Labor Party in Australia, which is one of the greatest fucking parties on earth, like, it's just factually is the vehicle that moved us from convict colony to advanced society, one of the greatest countries on earth. You look at any reform that has greatly influenced your life, it is because of the Labor Party. Why is that? It's because they are funded by unions. They are closely associated to unions. That's why you absolutely need to join a union, and if you don't, you get a society like America. That's what happens there. The reason that the Democrats suck is exactly what this guy's just being like, oh, I'm so clever. I picked out that, like, you can still get union donations. I'm so clever. What are you pushing for in this? That, you know, that they shouldn't have it. So they're exactly like the independents, exactly like the coalition that voted down this bill because it stopped donations on them. Why do they want the donations stopped? You have to stop reading this crap that is just PR bullshit from them. The reason they don't want donation caps is because they are well funded by these millionaires. That's why they don't want it. And then they come up with these stupid points. Oh, the Labor Party put in something that doesn't absolutely sever it from organised labour. Are you kidding me? This complements the perpetuation in the new bill of an existing flaw. As Anne Toomey pointed out, the donation caps apply per jurisdiction, so anyone can donate separately to individual state grant. I'll read it again. See, this is where everybody's getting these same points over and over. 12 out of 50, not bad. Can we get to 50? Let's see. Nicholas just gave $10. I'm just going to write this. I listened to the NRL podcast, Bloke in a Bar, and one of the episodes, they were talking about manufacturing consent. Guess you should be proud that your points have come full circle. Wow, what the hell is Bloke in a Bar? That's incredible. That's really cool to know. Well done. Yes, let's just go through this one more time. In practice, though, an independent will put an entire cap onto a seat. Yes, so to Scrotum Head's point, of like, oh, they actually get 7 donations. In practice, though, an independent will put all of that cap onto one seat, while the majors will have to spread that same cap across an entire state, which is a lot more than one seat. I just keep needing to say the same point because they just have the same point. While the Greens and state territory branches may have independence, and many independents have associated entities for fundraising, so he's just mooted his whole point. He's mooted his whole stupid point in the first place. It's the major parties that are best placed to take advantage of this. Oh, it's almost as if the major parties are major parties. And so they're running in every state. What a moron. And also this Ann Toomey point, this is so stupid because like any expert ever, this is something that I always need to point out as well, right? Like any expert in the history of the world, they are always going to say, this is shit, this needs to be changed. They're just going to keep complaining till the sun goes down because that's what experts do. They sit there and like, obviously because they're experts, they just want like their little version of it done and they think about it for like 20 years and then like when the thing is in front of them, they say it's not good enough. Like the analogy that I'll give is, do you think, architects in the audience tell me now, do you think that there is honestly any like master architect that would walk into the opera house and not have like a bunch of criticisms about how the opera house was built? Of course they would. They'd be walking around, oh, it should have been a little bit lower to increase heating. These floorboards should have been replaced with this pine because it's better for the Australian climate. They'd have like a million things that they could point out and say, this is what's wrong with it, this is what's wrong with it. But at the end of the day, this is what they all exclude when they're just like, Ann Toomey said. See, this is exactly what happened with the HAF. This is what's so disappointing because they just moved from one shit thing to the next. When they were proven completely wrong about the HAF, instead of just admitting that they were wrong, which again, I'm very happy to admit when I'm wrong. I like it when people point out that I'm wrong. I like being red-pilled. These assholes just get this smug sense of superiority off of being smart, right? Like, I did it when I was wrong about the US election. I thought that, like, Kamala Harris would win in a clean sweep. What did I do? I immediately came out and laughed about how wrong I was. These people, instead of just admitting that they were completely duped by the HAF, they instead, when you just disseminate all of their arguments, they just move on to the next thing to complain about. Because that's their identity. Just whinging. Whinge merchants. That's what I'm talking about. Anyway, sorry, let me just see. All right, so yeah, we'll go on to this and then we will just play a little bit of that video. Like the original loophole that made donations reportable but exempting payments for access, this skews the political financing system against democracy but perpetuating the ability of the powerful vested interests like trade unions and corporations to continue to purchase access and influence within the major parties. You fucking idiot. What access do they need? What access do unions need to the Labour Party movement? It is the unions. How dumb is this person? Unions could have undue access to the Labour Party. Why is that a bad thing? That's the only reason that they're a good party. A more democratic approach would be to ban affiliation fees. Yeah, okay, sever the Labour movement. That would be a more democratic approach. Just make it so every capital just influences every political party. Fucking moron. It would have had the bonus for politicians to ending up in... But anyway, sorry, the whole thing with Ann Toomey was, you go read it, she's just like, bottom line, it should have been passed. That's her point. It should be passed. That's the bottom line. She has a million criticisms of it. She said it should be passed. And the rest of these dickheads just sit there and be like, and I'm just going to forget that and just say that. So yeah, it's just this over and over again. So why it's like bad is because it just like, you know, unions. That's his point. This is this like so-called like progressive and left-leaning publication. Unions are bad. Bottom line, unions are bad. That's crikey for you. Good on you, fucking testicle. Now, sorry, that took way longer than I thought. Let's move on to... Now, look, I'm not going to watch the whole thing because, like, look, we're going to have to do a part 2 of this, but we will, sorry, I will give you some of this. Let me just get up. Sorry, I'm just trying to get this up because like I'm trying to get this. Let's see. All right, so we've got 15 out of 50. I'll smack myself with a book if we get to 50 donations in the next 12 minutes. But in the meantime, without further ado, and I know that you've all been very, very, very patient for it. Thank you so much for this. Damn, look at you all sitting there waiting patiently for... You know what this is? National Mining Day 2024. This was the inside meeting of the mining industry, all the bigwigs talking behind closed doors, filming something for themselves, and we got exclusive access to it. Look at it, only 494 views. This was just between each other. This was just supposed to be between each other behind closed doors. And look at what is behind closed doors. It's nuts. It's really, really bad. It's damning. There is a bunch of things that they do not want released to the public. So let's go look at it, shall we?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As you're enjoying your lovely 2GR entree.
Isn't it incredible? Already starting off with a guy with a South African accent. That's the MC. You can make it up. It's such a good start.
I want to welcome all of you here at Moomba. My name is Gerard Veldsman and I'll be your MC tonight.
Damn. Get out the Veldsman.
And as you can see from my hat, we're maybe in a gas-rich area, but we're big on mining and big on resources.
Hey, you didn't even have to pay $100 for that hat. Look at it. You know what it says? Keep mining great. Just to give you an idea of the caliber of person that's at this distinguished event. Isn't it incredible, like, how dumb and bogan the people that really control this country are? You know, Pauline Hanson's in there, for instance. He's wearing a Make Mining Great hat. They're just such dicks. They're just dumb. They're very dumb people, aren't they? Mining! Like, it's so annoying, the people that dig holes in the ground for a living. They're the ones that control our destiny. It's honestly pathetic, isn't it? Anyway, sorry. Before we continue on, I just need to see what All right, 16 out of 50. Thank you very much. Fun fact about Gina: she bought a property off me at Abs Force's staff said property to sing Christmas carols to her. Really? That's really cool. That's actually awesome. I like to hear that.
So welcome everybody. Can I please thank Kevin Gallagher and the Santos team for hosting us. And it's great to see all the blue fluoro shirts in the room tonight. So thank you very much. And can we give a hand to the Santos team for hosting us?
Yeah! Look at them all. They're such bogans, meatheads.
Partners Hancock Prospecting and Santos. Thank you very much. Platinum sponsors MGM Bulk, Handroid, Roy Hill, Aitken Mount Capital Partners, Coast Chambers, West.
All right, I think his funny accent has overstayed its welcome, don't you think? The rest of it's just going to be, I'd like to thank this other bogan that looks like a Ned Kelly, and this other turtley man that has a really protruding neck. Let's get to the main event, shall we? There she is. There she is. Look at them. They're so pathetic. Look, it's just more Trump. Like, I don't have a personality and I like Trump a lot. Dig, baby, dig instead of drill, baby, drill. Do you get it? We're having fun, aren't we? Bogans! Isn't it so annoying? Like, it's just really stupid people that have heaps and heaps and heaps of money that they didn't deserve in the first place, controlling the destiny of an entire country. These are the fuckheads that you have to negotiate with. Oh, wait. Yeah, we can't listen to music.
Santos for so warmly welcoming us all to Moomba. The platform we are on was especially built for us by Santos to be able to see their gas plants throughout our gala dinner. And Santos even
Can you imagine having the money to do something that frivolous and stupid? Look at this beautiful sight. A gas mine. These people Fucked.
Improved their roads for our pre-dining tour. The flowers on our tables are in beautiful Santos colours.
There she is, right there. Look. Down it. Let's reverse back there. Sorry, you won't be able to see it. I don't. You can see that little Ronald McDonald haircut right there, and that is either an angry lesbian from Newtown or Pauline Hanson. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't think there's any angry lesbians from Newtown in that crowd.
By Santos to be able to see their gas plants throughout our gala dinner. And Santos even improved their roads for our pre-dining tour. The flowers on our tables are in beautiful Santos colours. Big thanks, Santos. And of course, huge thanks to our wonderful sponsors. Great to be with you all for our National Day. Shouldn't we really have a national month or two, given our industry's contribution?
Oh, so self-serving. What money must do to someone's brain? Is that incredible? I think that I should have a month. That's how good I am. Why are you good again, Gina? Because I was born into as an heiress into a family of some guy that just happened to stumble ass backwards into a big mining property that was desert. See, it's just like this bunyip aristocracy of bogans, just dumbasses. Oh, I live in the desert. I'm a billionaire now. Give me 2 months. Shouldn't we have a month or two to recognize how awesome mining is?
Well, Santos and Hancock are almost the same age. I'm actually the oldest of the lot. Santos was incorporated in March 1954, a month after my birth, whilst Hancock was founded only a year or so later.
That's it. Listen to this woman. This is insane. See, no one has ever told her that she's an idiot in her entire life. Isn't it incredible that she's sitting there saying, oh, this is out at Santos, this company. I'm almost as great as this company. I'm older than the company. How much better? I'm on par with this entire corporate branch. Me. And see, she's saying it in there. Like, okay, I'll even give Santos this. At least it's a company filled with a bunch of execs that I'm probably sure are smart and evil in their own way. She was just born. And she's saying that as if it's a virtue. That's why she's rich, because she was born. That's her skill. She was born.
In November 1955. Happy 70th birthday, Santos.
Is she 70? She's looking good for it, though, I've got to say. I thought she was 65.
You, meaning Santos, have contributed immensely to our country. Thank you. And don't you just love...
She was waiting for an applause break there. Wow, she's really bad at speeches, hey? It really is just the cue card. Hold for applause. Continue on. Imagine bombing in front of this audience when you're Gina Rinehart. Now, there's someone that can't craft a speech. Having said that, though, it is always just a bit lame and awkward kind of doing it in front of people that you know, like a wedding or something.
Saying, drill, baby, drill. Essential for getting gas to supply.
Damn, that's the closest that she got to a laugh for that. One guy looking extremely awkward that's clearly a sycophant. I'm laughing.
Homes and industry around Australia. Well, maybe it's just a little timid whisper out here in Australia now, as it's getting so darned hard to drill, baby, drill. And our government wants to see the end of the fossil fuel industry, your industry. We'll soon hear from CEO Kevin of Santos. Isn't it timely we hold National Mining Day where gas has been produced and supplied reliably to Australians for more than 50 years. These days, some like...
So they're already really giving the game away, aren't they? While all these assholes in Crikey are sitting there saying, they're the same. They are both addicted to fossil fuels, the two major parties. What have you got over in the headquarters there? Them complaining about Labor putting all these restrictions on them and trying to get them out of the grid. You understand how bullshit this all is? You understand why Labor is the only government? The rest of these people are all just these fucks, just like completely insulated in their own pool of money, slowly going insane. Let's just see, what have we got there? I'll smack myself with a book. Man, this is pretty good. I'm pretty proud of that. We got 30 donations in 30 minutes. That's pretty damn cool. Thank you. Keep it coming, though.
To claim that our country can run on sunshine and windmills. By all means...
So they always say windmill, don't they? To try and elicit this idea that the thing that you see all over the country isn't generating. They think, no, it's like one of those 1600s cobblestone things. How could that power a whole country?
Means put these on your own properties if you wish. But please stop forcing this on us taxpayers when the wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always make it to your solar panels.
Still, they're
Natural
still
gas
saying
provides
it.
the stability required for sectors where energy unreliability isn't an option. Those who don't want to use gas or other fossil fuels, let them choose not to use, so long as they dispose safely of the toxic solar panels.
It's the same talking points. It's incredible. How many times do you think these people have heard those same points just drilled into their heads? These same points that have been dispelled a million times. Everything that they're saying is complete and utter horseshit. We've done entire videos on these exact points. They still just... This is what's so infuriating about doing this job, right? Like, no matter how many times you dispel it, like we just spent 4 hours going through the donation reform things of the independent stupid points that they're using just to justify their own selfish purposes. Same thing with this. Same thing, just regurgitating the same talking points. Doesn't matter how many times that they've been dispelled. Regurgitate them again. This is what's so annoying about having, like, wanting an actual outcome in life. Like, you do realize most people don't want an outcome. Most people just want to, if they're like these people, they just want to keep printing money. And most other people just want to keep believing the same lies because it's just mentally taxing remotely to change any opinion in your head. And so they'll just sit there and just defend the same shitty position that they've had forever. They'll never, ever, ever admit that they're wrong on anything.
But please don't make us taxpayers pay for more pollies, bureaucrats and billionaires' luxurious gubfests around the world in aid of banning fossil fuels.
Did you all just hear that? Guys, we are going to have to do an entire video on this. This is shocking already. Shocking. She's sitting there saying, all these billionaires gallivanting around in their private jets, talking about the benefits of renewables. What are you doing? We've got a bunch of billionaires in a room that flow around in their private jets to talk about the benefits of gas. How could you say that with a serious face? It's honestly just because I'm starting to realize when I'm looking at this that the waiters there are smarter than the people that are in charge of the country. These people are absolute durs. To honestly just keep thinking the same thing. They don't even have an agile mind where they can come up with different arguments. This is the same stuff that they've been regurgitating for 20 years. It's like the same brain soup that you see when you watch Sky News. These are all just Sky News watchers running the country. They're not insulated from the rest of the world.
Thank you. Love audience participation. This
So cringy! Oh, man. It's like watching a really bad stand-up act. You know, someone that really doesn't know how to flip it when the audience goes in and they're just... I'm just going to pause. She was waiting for a laugh break there. I feel sorry for her. Hang in there, Gina. You're just having a bad night.
expensive net zero cult sure likes to use lots of
To quote the Daily Telegraph...
fossil fuels for their many, many trips, including...
It's incredible. You know what I would love to know? I would love to know how much. They're just talking about building roads, upgrading roads, building an entire structure, getting all of these assholes to go over in their private jets and convoy them over to see a gas field, to look at a gas field while they do this. And they're complaining about $870,000 paid in taxpayer bills for the cops. I would love to see how much money was spent on that. Keep in mind, we're going to have to look at the stats again, but these guys just like, as soon as the Labor Party got in, they got them to pay 5 times the amount of tax that they've been avoiding under the coalition. 5 times the amount of tax. And they're complaining about 870, nothing. What we're talking about there was just like the election caps of 800,000 a seat. Absolute pittance, and they're pretending these absolute billionaires, the richest people on earth, sitting there saying $870,000 of our tax money. How much are you avoiding in tax a year? Billions. Absolutely billions.
Using hundreds of private jets. Does anyone here want the taxpayer to keep funding these trips? You're welcome to stand up. Nobody.
No one in this room of gas execs wants taxpayer-funded money going to our competitor. How rude, how interesting. And isn't it creepy that she still has that, like, I'm a little girl princess. I'm still daddy's girl. I'm 70. It's incredible. This is the thing that all of these people have. It's exactly what we were talking about before with the independents. It's exactly what we talked about before when it comes to all of these shitty cunts in like the in Crikey and like your online commentators and your Australia Institute and all this stuff. They're all losers. They're all losers from the private school system, right? And I think generally, I just think that these people have just like, they're just so entitled that no one has ever said to their face that you're a fucking idiot before. And so they do just get to the point where they're like 70 and they outright think that that's a good argument. To sit in front of a room of gas execs and say, who here thinks that taxpayer money should be funded for renewables? No one in here. Wow. It's unanimous. All of Australia agrees with me. I'm older than Santos, just so you know. That's my accomplishment in life. Little girl voice. It's that same voice that you hear in all these horror movies. It's like, I'm not allowed to leave the house. Mummy would get ever so angry, and Mummy's been dead for 20 years.
That's what I thought. Hancock has been investing in natural gas for the past few years. Our investment alongside our Korean partner POSCO in Senex Energy, where despite the challenges of the delay of ill-thought and damaging government intervention, we've managed to jointly invest a further $1 billion to triple Senex's production from 2022 levels. Our executives and I will be attending the opening of Senex's latest facility after our National Day because people in the East need gas. Those who want reliable energy, please...
Yeah, but why don't we have any gas in the East? Why? Because the Liberals, and this is something else that you see online with all the whinge merchants and stuff, they're always just like, oh, they all just exported over. Yeah, but who voted for that? Who? The Liberals. The Liberals signed off all those contracts, and once you sign off those contracts, guess what? You can't get them back because they're legally in the hands of them, which means that you would have to start up a bunch of court cases that you're never going to win and doesn't solve the problem in the short term of the gas. And then they're sitting there saying like, oh, the eastern states need gas while they're selling all of the gas off to Japan. This is amazing. Like, I really didn't realize how stupid the people that run this country are. It's actually quite scary because you always have this thought in the back of your mind that, oh, well, at least they're smart. At least the geniuses that are extremely well resourced. At least they're evil geniuses. There's something a lot more comforting about an evil genius being in power as opposed to a moron. An evil moron.
Make the time to advocate for sensible policies.
Look at this idiot with the cowboy hat on that says, drill, baby, drill.
That encourage additional supply and cutting those policies that don't. Price control, like rent control, plus approval delays, the wrongly named Nature Positive Plan. We actually thought this had died its natural, not positive for Australians' death. Well, it will be the death of the Labor Party at the next election if the ALP is foolish enough to pass this and other market interference.
See, they're saying it right now. They're saying it right now. Outright threatening the Labor government. Now, again, what do all the assholes at Crikey, what do all the new media whinge merchants say? What do all the whinge merchants in the online say constantly? Oh, mining, both the Labor Party and the Liberal Party in cahoots with it. And they're explicitly saying they are going to take down the Labor Party because of their regulations and restrictions on them. And, as I've got a video coming out, they will succeed at it too. As soon as the mining industry decides it's time to go for a Labor government, it always loses. That is an ironclad rule of politics every time. And it is so annoying that you now have another entire faction of these well-funded idiots at your Climate 200s and your Australian institutes painting this completely false dichotomy that Labor and Liberal are equally loved by the mining party, while they're overtly saying how much they detest the Labor Party. They're openly saying how much they detest the Labor Party, while they have a minor party woman sitting there, Pauline Hanson, in the audience. It's unbelievable.
None of this encourages more supply. Without more supply, prices will rise, impacting consumers already suffering from the cost of living crisis and businesses that rely on natural gas.
Isn't it interesting that all of their solutions to the cost of living crisis is to allow us to make even more money? And that'll solve the problem. Now, look, I don't know anything about the price controls laws that they're talking about. This is all news to me. But I would imagine that if the Labor Party has done it, it is because they have gone to Canberra and they have done economic modelling on it and it has made sense. I get it. I am not one of these people that sits there and says, just put price... I'm not one of these assholes who's like, everything is neoliberalism unless it's the government intervening in things and like all private enterprise is bad and everything should just be like, you should just be put 5 cents for a banana for the rest of eternity. You should put price controls on that. Dude, I understand that a lot of the times it does not make sense to put price controls on things. But I can guarantee you now, these bozos with this track record where we're 10 minutes in and they're saying that the price controls is a bad idea, I'm guessing it's probably an amazing one.
And many struggling businesses who can't afford more expense or unreliability. But CEO Kevin, who really knows gas, will be speaking to you tonight, so I'll hand over his subject to him. 22nd November is an important date in our national calendar. It is an opportunity to
Stop doing this. I've noticed it. She does this every time she closes her mouth. Gina Rinehart, it's my birthday. I'm 70. I talk like a little 5-year-old. A pompous 5-year-old. And I have the brain of an outback bogan.
celebrate everything that our mining and related industries provide to our country and to our living standards, and indeed provide to our allies too. We do try hard to make our National Day celebrations an occasion to look forward to. Thank you, all my overworked team staff. Thank you. We couldn't do it without you.
Yes, these people getting weighted on hand and foot by, I think, almost individual waiters. There are so many waiters in there. Yes, they're very overworked. Look at them. Look at them all sitting down. All such well-fed old shrews, aren't they? Oh my God, the sounds!
Santos, but let's do it again. Thank you, Santos.
Look at Pauline clapping away.
Now it's a time to focus on mining, because when mining doesn't do well, nor do Australians. Recently...
The sound! Stop! Oh my God. I would love to get 50 grand from Gina Rinehart to just give her one public speech lesson. I could make her so much better. Oh, she's so bad.
Published data from the tax office shows that the mining sector has, for the second year in a row, paid more tax than all other sectors of the economy combined. 43.
What?
Nor do Australians. Recently published data from the tax office shows that the mining sector has, for the second year in a row, paid more tax than all other sectors of the economy combined.
No way is that true. The mining industry is 10% of Australia's GDP, I think. There is no way. I bet you the only place that we see that is going to be... Yeah, okay, Mineral Councils of Australia says that. Mining Weekly, then all other industries combined. I would love to see anything say this. ATO collects 100 billion from... Australian mining industry contributes $43 billion in company tax. I bet you that's what they're talking about. Okay, so this is what I think is happening here. They're talking about from large corporations, which is not industries. Hang on. ATO collects $100 billion from large corporations. Yep, okay, we've gone through that. Yep. Foreign companies with an income of $100 million or more. Hang on, let's just... Most sectors of the economy showed increased tax payable from prior year. Again, this is what you get when you get Labor governments. You get corporations paying more. It's almost a fifth up since the Liberals are in. Almost a fifth up already from the corporate sector. And this is before they put in all their corporate tax evasion laws this year, just recently. It'll go up way more next year. This is the second year in the row that the mining sector paid more tax than all other sectors combined, paying more than 5 times they did in 2014 to 2015. Jesus Christ, there you go. Okay, so this is the thing that they're complaining about. That's incredible. What Gina Rinehart is saying there is that the Labor government is forcing them to pay their resources, for our resources. They're getting the mining sector to pay more than all the other sectors combined. And Gina Rinehart is sitting there saying, oh, we do so much for this country. We really do it. You're getting forced by the Labor government to do it. The one that you are sitting there saying you are going to get rid of the Labor government in the next election. So you don't have to pay that tax. Now that I think about it, that's incredible. This is the second year in a row. And we're into the second year of this government. We're in the second year of the Labor government, and then all of a sudden, we pay more tax than every other sector combined. Oh my God, I've got to make that point in a video. That's incredible.
$43.1 billion. On top of this, according to the MCA, the mining sector provides a further $31.5 billion in royalties. And on top of all this comes more billions in the company people's personal income tax, payroll taxes, and other fees. I repeat, shouldn't we have more than one national day?
Oh, that's so infuriating. For the reasons that I've just outlined. But can you all agree with me that is horrendous, the way that she is framing that? And the thing is, I think that she doesn't even get that what she's saying is stupid. I don't think she does. I think that she sits there and goes, I am a good person for Labour forcing me to pay taxes. It's time to get rid of the Labour Party, but I'm still a good person. All right, what are we on? We're on 10:30. How many people are still watching? What have we got here? 1,600. Can't you all leave me alone? All right, look, what we're going to do is we're going to keep going for another... No, okay, no, sorry. Guys, I've just been doing this stream for so long. I am really sorry that the first 3 hours of that was taken up just refuting donations reform. I am sorry about that. We will get back to this, but as you can see, this is pretty damn good. Don't you think? I might even do a stream tomorrow. After I film some skits. We might continue on with it. Oh my God. Isn't this incredible? I'll read out some of your guys' comments and then we'll get out of here. But this is so much worse than I thought it would be. And I think they've got way better guest speakers coming from the very limited thing that I've heard. He's speaking bag about natural gas activate the stream lag. I really hope you downloaded this video because I bet it's going to go missing as soon as they hear that you're watching it. Yes, we already did download that. Sorry, I'll put it about to this, but yes, that's exactly what we did. Yeah, she's so insufferable. Isn't she? Isn't she so insufferable? That was the thing that was very interesting. This is why Gina Rinehart doesn't do many public appearances. It makes a lot of sense now. It's because she's really, really unlikable. And she's so deluded. It's this weird thing of just like, I've got little girl daddy syndrome, and also I'm losing my mind due to dementia. I got $5 for this. Something when the wind blows in the other direction, the windmills are going to suck the energy out of the grid. Very true. Very true. Yep. Yeah, okay, cool. Well, that took much longer than I thought. I'm glad that I did it. I'm glad that you guys stuck around. We will get onto this Gina Rinehart stuff and we'll continue watching it because it's pretty incredible what we got here. I honestly did not expect it to be this damning. And this is already just the opening comments. We've still got an hour to go. So, I will play the rest of it afterwards. Now that I've got all that out of the way for donation reform, I will do the rest of it another time. But until that time, I bid you good night. Because I think that it's probably a good idea that we all go to bed at 10:40. What are we still doing here watching a Christmas party of the mining industry? All right, I'm out of here. Take care of yourselves and each other. Another beer. Okay, another barely edited video, and why? Because, breaking news, Ray Gunn, he just Ray Gunned her career.